Okay, quick little mic check. Seems like I'm coming through perfectly okay. Splendid. Hello, everybody. You all ready for me to finally finish this filibuster of a remake? I know I am. I gotta say, I'm honestly really impressed at this point, if on a technical level, how much they managed to really bloat this game compared to the original. Because they didn't really add any new levels or anything like that, or well, it kind of does what Resident Evil 2 Remake does with a lot of the level design from the original Resident Evil 2. Most of the same locations in the original Resident Evil 2 were present in its remake, but they managed to change out the layouts enough to where they felt like entirely new places, and they do the same thing here for Silent Hill 2. But the biggest issue with how Silent Hill 2 does it, is compared to Resident Evil 2 Remake, they've made all the levels really they've really padded out the runtime for all the levels. And when you stack them all on top of each other, back to back to back, you really feel the pace of this remake as a whole compared to the original, and it's honestly starting to drain me at this point. Like, there were some instances in Resident Evil 2 Remake here in regards to its remix level design where I felt like some segments probably went on a bit longer than they necessarily needed to. But it wasn't such a big issue throughout the entirety of that game to where I felt like as though the overall pace of that thing ended up really overstaying its welcome, despite being so radically different from the original in terms of its actual level design. Here, though, yeah, Blooper managed to find a lot of creative ways here to really maximize the amount of stuff that you need to do within the space that they allot you within each and every dungeon that you explore. But again, the issue is when you take all these different locations, which on their own would actually be pretty fine, and you stack them back to back with each other, it really pads out the runtime for the whole thing. And that's really the biggest issue I have with this whole thing, to be honest. I mean, there's also a lot of creative liberties taken with the story and some of the symbolism and everything here that I'm not too fond of, which I've been commenting on and off all the way throughout this whole thing so far, which I won't get into a long spiel about here, because assuming I actually finish this thing today, which, I mean, I think I probably will, because unless they somehow manage to add a new location past Lakeview Hotel that I'm completely unaware of, then all we really have left to do is just the Lakeview Hotel, and then we finally get to see the ending of this thing. At least I hope that's the case. In which case, we can finally see whatever ending I'm going to get for this thing. Then I'm going to watch all the different endings on YouTube, and then I'm going to give my final thoughts on the game as far as first impressions go overall. And at that point, I will talk at length about the pros and cons I have towards the whole thing as a complete package. And I feel it'd be more appropriate for me to really sum up the bulk of my opinions on everything by that point, because again, by that point, I'll be done with it. I can look back from beginning to end and then judge the whole thing on its own, and also in comparison to the original version. Anyway, I wasn't sure today whether or not I wanted to do Steins Gate or Silent Hill 2 Remake, but I guess I was in a somewhat depressed mood, so to me it felt like as though Silent Hill 2 Remake would be a pretty appropriate game to play today, because this is the kind of game, at least the original was anyway, that is really good to play if at any point in your life you've ever been depressed over anything, or just in a dour mood. There's also and if I'm also being completely honest with you guys, I also just kind of want to be done with this thing, with Silent Hill 2 Remake, because this thing is really starting to overstay its welcome for me at this point. So The way I also saw it when I was deciding what I wanted to do today as far as streaming goes, if I manage to finish this thing today, then all I'll have left to cover for the remainder of this month and at least the beginning portions of December will be nothing but what appears to be fun games. So, I figured with that mindset in mind, why not clear this one last hurdle, and then for the next few weeks at the very least, I'll have nothing but relatively enjoyable experiences to look forward to every time I happen to come online. And that's, of course, not counting what work I'm doing behind the scenes with Lamination International, and now Higurashi When They Cry Go, which for those of you who are curious about those, is still coming along. I'm still working on those two videos whenever I have some spare time for it. I've currently been focusing the bulk of my attention on the first episode for Higurashi When They Cry Go, or rather, first collection of episodes, which is just going to be a nice multi-hour little thing that you guys can watch. I figured out a relatively easy method to implement a timer for the video and all that. So right now I'm just trying to figure out how to incorporate my usual editing style with the new format, so to speak, since this is an anime show rather than a game. But so far, even though I'm still pretty early into the editing process for the thing, in practice, it's turning out to be not too much different from how I would do visual novels or any other dedicated Let's Play content. And I'm hoping it'll stay that way throughout the entire editing process, so at least that way I'll figure out that in practice it's not going to be that much different from what I'm used to in regards to the kind of work I need to put into it. So that way it'll be a more streamlined process in the end. Fingers crossed that continues to go well. And I think that's everything as far as, my beginning thoughts about both Silent Hill 2 Remake and, other related things about the channel itself. So without further ado, let's get this filibuster out of the way now, shall we? Yeah, I was actually talking to a couple people about this game on my own here and all that, and describing what my issues were with it here. And a family member of mine here basically compared my experience with the remake compared to the original, akin to going through a filibuster. Which, if you don't know what a filibuster is, it's basically a term in politics that's used to refer to a process where somebody will, in a nutshell, intentionally extend a debate over a particular policy that's being discussed within a meeting setting or a hall or what have you, in order to essentially. A filibuster is basically meant to extend a discussion over a particular policy thing in order to basically weed out the people who will actually stay fully committed to the whole process and vote on it at the end of said filibuster process. The whole idea behind the filibuster is based on my understanding of it, is to weed out people who wouldn't stick around throughout the entirety of the thing's process in order to be able to properly cast a vote on the thing. Because the idea goes that if you decide to leave during the meeting at any point, even during a filibuster, you basically by default renege your ability to vote on the policy in question, because you weren't there throughout the entire proceeding and therefore therefore forfeit your ability to make a quote-unquote impartial judgment on the policy in question before voting goes into effect. So a filibuster is basically a endurance test for people discussing a political policy. Can your bladder basically outlast the person that's trying to talk you to death? And when somebody basically compared my experience with Silent Hill 2 Remake to a filibuster, I thought that was just honestly the perfect way I could really describe how I feel about this game in a nutshell. Is this game is that Blooper Team managed to take Silent Hill 2, which from beginning to end, when it comes to the original game, felt like a almost perfectly paced game, and managed to bloat its runtime to such a massive extent to where they basically made a filibuster out of Silent Hill 2. So from this point onward, rather than calling this game the Silent Hill 2 Remake, I'm probably just going to refer to it as the Silent Hill 2 Filibuster from now on, because it's just too perfect of a nickname. And now that ever since it was first suggested to me a couple weeks ago, and yeah, that's basically what this game is. But whatever. I find it funny. Maybe you guys probably don't as much here, but even if you don't, then it is what it is. Okay, the game sounds a little quiet to me, so I'm going to check the volume levels on it real fast. I should probably bring this up to maybe a 95. Gonkel, welcome to the stream. Suppers, why is the game's aspect ratio like that? Oh, it fixed. Well, that's because I'm currently messing around with the volume settings on the thing here, and I'm trying to make sure the game isn't too quiet. Of course, if now the game ends up being too loud and ends up drowning my voice, feel free to let me know. In which case, I'll just make some further adjustments. But hold on, wait a minute. The aspect ratio looks a bit off on my thing here. Oh dear, it's not fixed. Oh dear. What did I... Okay, hold on a second. Let's try this. See if that does something. Did that do anything? No, did not. Oh, wait. Okay, here we go. Let's try that. All right. Oh, shit. Hold on a second. Maybe it'll stay. Maybe it'll stay that. Maybe it'll stay fine. Give it a second. No, it won't. Okay, let's keep it. There we go. Okay, it looks fine now. Perfect. Yep, looks fine to me. So, Gonkel, ready to finish this filibuster of a game with me? Hold on, I need to mute myself on my thing. There we go. There we go. Hearing myself talk is one surefire way to annoy me. So, one last little inventory check before we get going. There's nothing written on the stationery, so pressing X on the lighter does nothing. Oh, wait a minute. I was pressing the wrong button. No wonder it wasn't doing anything. I can't remember if this handkerchief was stained when I first got it or not. I've been wondering about what this handkerchief is actually for. And a part of me can't help but wonder if it might be a way for me to essentially check what potential ending I might be on. Because if that's essentially what this is, it reminds me of a similar mechanic from The Suffering way back in the day. I don't know if you're familiar with that game from the PlayStation 2 era, but it's an action horror game that is a personal favorite of mine. It shares a lot in common with Silent Hill in regards to how it delivers a lot of its horror and its monsters and other things of that nature, but tone-wise, it's definitely as different from Silent Hill as could be. But it's a cult classic of its own. I definitely recommend checking it out. The first game at the very least. The second one, not so much. But anyway, I bring that game up here because a mechanic from that game is you having a photo of the player character's family, and depending on the Suffering uses a morality system in order to determine what ending that you get at the end of your playthrough. And one way you can check what potential ending path you might be on is by looking at a photo of the player character Torque. That's his name. That's literally his name. Torque's family. Anytime you pulling up the photo, checking the cleanliness of it, basically is one way to tell what path you're on. If the picture is very clean and tidy looking, you're basically at that point on a path to a good ending. If it's a little dirty or smudgy, you're on a neutral path. And if it's covered in blood, then surprise, surprise, it basically is the game's way of telling you you're on an evil path. Of course, it's not the only way to check to see what kind of ending for that particular game and its story that you might be on. But yeah, if that's what this handkerchief essentially is a way to tell what kind of ending you might be on as far as you the player are concerned, then the handkerchief would basically remind me of the photo mechanic from the Suffering. But of course, this is just pure speculation on my part, and I have no idea for sure if that's what this thing is actually for. For all I know, it could be for something totally different. I'm ready to be disappointed, yes sirree. Well, I'm right there with you. That's from Takumi. You should have it back. Oh, you mean the handkerchief? Yeah. I'd give it to him, but if he found himself in a place like this, then Takumi's got bigger problems. I do wonder what a Silent Hill-esque adventure for Takumi would look like. Okay, use left trigger, hold the left pad, use left pad, R trigger for right, push forward. Well, I'm rowing towards the light, so forward, swine, forward! Mush! Mush! Seriously, look at his face. He looks like he's really straining here. Like, come on, man, you need to work out. I will laugh if I manage to just get to this thing just by holding forward and not changing direction at all. That would just be laughably easy. Because at least in the original version of this little segment, you would have to actually turn the boat until you were directly facing the light from the dock that leads to the hotel, and then steer the boat towards it in order to get to your destination. Okay, it's veering to the right. Okay. We're not gonna make it that easy. That's good. That's good. I assume there would be plenty of Saratans and wheelchairs. Well, the Saratans would probably look like the bobblehead nurses, if anything. As for the wheelchairs, well, Those would probably just be the monsters in of themselves. And wouldn't be outside of Silent Hill's wheelhouse, pun intended, because in Silent Hill 4, there actually were actual wheelchair enemies, if memory serves. So, difficulty compared to the original is about the same as far as rowing the boat is concerned, so no comment. Although I do wonder if I were playing on a harder difficulty, if I would have to steer the thing using the analog sticks, like I would in the original. You ever tried to, if any of you in chat ever tried anything like that in the original game? I bet you all thought it was a real fun experience, didn't you? I know I did. Hard as hell to steer, and that's what made it so immersive. Hey, putting the map outside the building? Oh no, this is just... Oh. Look at that. They added a whole new segment to the garden. Proper boathouse instead of a dock. Yeah. They definitely, I can tell they've already definitely changed some things around. Lakeview Boat Rentals. Spend unforgettable moments on Toluca Lake. These waters will bring you peace. $15 for the day. Well, you better get the most out. You'd better get the most out of that $15 then, because that's quite a hard bargain. I'd honestly just consider swimming. No items. Wait, hold on, there's something here. A book! And some spectacles. Which, for some reason, I can't interact with. Which to me is odd, because given how unusual this is, you'd think it would be an item you could interact with. Yet it's not doing anything. Weird. So this is for the new section, yeah? No, it's a little ahead, a little further up. No items here, no items here, here.
This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years.
Glimmer of hope. Reach the Lakeview Hotel. I found the swan. Although I doubt there's going to be a music box right in there. Got some handgun bullets at least. Here. Nothing. Okay, you were looking at something. We'll get to that in just a second. What are you looking at? Oh. I think I hear a piano. Either that could possibly be Laura playing the piano, or it's just actual in-game BGM playing subtly in the background. This section of the garden is closed for maintenance. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah, well, I'm the maintenance man. And clearly, these chains are something I can cut. Yeah, I didn't think there would actually be anything here. As the cold draws near, they abandon their old nests to return in time. assume there's gotta be something here I gotta mess with, right? Maybe I gotta fill it with water? Oh. Well, good thing I checked here. I would have thought that was just part of the scenery. Okay, there's no way they would have actually just added a whole little section to the garden right here if I wasn't supposed to actually go in there. This looks like that little section looks like a little place that has a key item or two I'm gonna need. So I'm probably gonna need to get in there through the hotel itself, most likely. Laura playing the piano, my favorite track aside from Day of Night. I'll have to look that track up when I'm done with the game, because I'm curious to know which one you're... Oh! Well, I was wrong. We got a music box right here, but it's from the original instead of an actual one I can use. Doesn't really help me, and that sorely disappoints me. Can I go in here? Okay, it's locked, so I definitely can interact with it. Special places spark fires that warm our hearts forever. Very cute, Silent Hill. Very cute. I see what you're doing here. I think. Okay, there's a map.
Our room. Mary.
Waiting for you on B12? No, that's 312. I thought that was a B for a second because the A made it look like a B. It made the 3 look like a B in the word waiting. Okay, let me take a proper look at this thing. So we're on the first floor. Okay, the layout definitely is different, but by all appearances, this place looks surprisingly small compared to other places I've seen in the game so far. But then again, we are in the Otherworld version of the hotel right now. We will have to go through the other version too at some point. Yeah, fun fact for those of you who may be familiar with the original. You know how in the original version of the Lakeview Hotel, when you first come here, the hotel is shockingly clean and presentable looking compared to every other area compared to every other area in the game beforehand in the original Silent Hill 2? The reason for that was because, and it was confirmed sometime after the game came out, that the first version of the Lakeview Hotel that you enter in the original Silent Hill 2 is actually the Otherworld version of the Lakeview Hotel, and that the Fogworld version that you go, and that the actual Fogworld version of the hotel is the one that you go into after viewing the videotape. What the hotel itself actually looked like. So, assuming that they're keeping that same symbolism for the hotel here, then yeah, then technically we're already in the Otherworld version of this location. At least I assume that's the case. But that definitely was for sure a thing in the original game. Which, when I found out that, I thought that was a really cool little detail, and it made sense because, again, it's when you really think about it, The hotel looking as clean as it did when you first arrived when you first arrived there in the original game was very noteworthy in of itself, because that's how it made itself stand apart from the rest of the game leading up to that point. So the hotel being the otherworld version of itself when you first arrived there makes sense when you keep that little detail in mind. Now, what do we have here? Mr. James Sunderland, regarding the videotape you left in your room during your last stay, I'm glad to inform you that we have recovered the item and moved it to the employee section on the first floor. The tape is stored within the hotel safe, to be returned to you at your earliest convenience. So it would be there in the lost and found. Okay. So literally right next door to us. So that's still the same from the original 2. 312 key and ornamental key. So I guess we're keeping the music box puzzle from the original, if you can really call it that. Man's Uberexing in a dead hotel. How do you get past security? Security is well, maybe we just have yet to encounter them, to be fair. If memory serves, security when you first arrived in the hotel was basically on lunch break when you show up. And then eventually they come back, and then they start wailing on you upon seeing you. Like a good security guard is supposed to do. Found the cafe. Health drink. Anything in here I could use? Oh, what are you looking at? Aha! Key to hotel room 102. Look, yet another breakable wall. I'm pretty sure I commented on it before, but this game really loves reusing reusing a lot of little gameplay interactions, like breakable walls, sticking your hands in walls, that kind of thing. It's honestly kind of repetitive. Now, what do we have here? Oh, hey, hello, there's someone on the back. But first, remember that strange book you found earlier? Which one? I found several. Some very odd-looking man came in a few hours back, claimed it belonged to him. Honestly, I didn't feel like arguing. I wanted to be through with him as soon as I could. So I gave it to him. I'm not sure how he even knew it was here. I don't think he was ever a guest here. I would have remembered. Sounds to me like you just committed a serious dereliction of duty. Can't get it out of my head. Okay, this feels like it's a hint to some kind of puzzle, what I'm looking at here. The symbols mean something. What they mean, though, I don't know yet. Anything else? Hey! I'll take the guitar. I could smash Pyramid Head upside the head with it. It will make for a very beautiful finisher. Wait. Oh. Oh. Why did I think the tape would be in here? That would be... That would be too damn easy. What do we have here? Okay, so... I see 3 silhouettes. Yeah, okay, so... I'm assuming that for the first part, it'll play out exactly how it does in the original. I'm supposed to find the 3 fairy tale princesses and then place them in these spots wherever they're supposed to go, and then after I do that, it'll open something else up, and then I gotta solve a second phase of this thing. So I might as well start looking.
Huh.
I gotta say, I really missed the flavor text from the original game. You could just examine random things in the environment and James will comment on them. I miss being able to actually read the guy's internal thoughts as I'm exploring. I know you're in here, small child. I'm armed. You press the wrong key on that thing and I will shoot. James, you were supposed to keep a steady trigger. You were supposed to keep a steady trigger finger, man. Why must you keep failing me?
Yeah, you did. I guess I deserved it, huh? The fart face that I am.
Yes!
Maybe. Then again, maybe you're not so bad. Just... annoying.
He does smell bad. Just, have you taken a whiff of his right hand recently? That smell does not lie.
Uh-huh. So... you got any other things planned? I think I saw a dark room back there you could lock me up in.
I think I still very faintly see the shine on his right arm from when he stuck his hand into the toilet all the way back in the apartments. There's still very, very subtly a little bit of residue from the toilet still on his arm even now. It's how the light reflects off it compared to the rest of his character model. It's subtle, but you can see it if you look closely.
No. I think you've had enough. For now.
Well, that's reassuring.
Besides, I need your help finding Mary.
Actually, no. It's not it's not... Correction. It's not the lighting on his right arm, or rather his forearm, but rather the wrinkles on his jacket. That's how you can tell.
She's here, isn't she? Come on, tell me.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
Wait. So there really is a letter?
Oh. Yeah. Want to read it?
Yes, please.
Just don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She's our nurse. I, took it from her locker.
Thief! Bad child!
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone.
Oh, they're actually voicing this letter?
I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please, give him a chance. It's true, he can be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much. But underneath, he's a really sweet person. I love you, Laura. I love you like my very own daughter. I wish things were different. I wish we could be happy together, like we talked about. Even so, I know you will have a good life. You're a strong, smart, beautiful girl. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend, Mary.
It's not the flattest delivery I've heard by any stretch. To be fair to the voice actress, there is a little bit of emotion, subtle emotion here and there, but I still think a bit more proper, a bit more would have definitely helped. It's, if you're going to go to the trouble of actually voicing this letter, then given Laura's relationship to Mary, I think it would have sounded more appropriate for Mary to address Laura in a tone that feels a little less flat and regretful, I suppose, given the context behind the letter. I don't know. Probably a bit of a nitpick at this point, but I figure it was worth sharing.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
You don't look... Really? Because to me, you don't look a day older than 800.
That means Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago.
Is the cutscene stuttering a bit?
Here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill.
Yeah.
She even showed me all her pictures.
Yeah, it's
She
kind
really
of
wanted to
choppy
come
right
back.
now.
She also talked a lot about you, you know? She even...
What? What is it?
Well, it kind of was his other letter. I think the one was for you. The envelope had your name on it.
Did you read it?
I wanted to. This one time, I almost did. Figured you didn't deserve to have it. But then I thought, Mary wouldn't want me to keep it from you. So I just sort of kept it for you.
And you couldn't have just dropped the letter in his hand back in the hotel when he was reaching for that key he was trying to get, instead of, you know, stomping on it instead? That would have been a prime opportunity to give him a very welcome surprise. But alas, instead of a welcome surprise, you gave him a very unwelcome surprise, which, to be fair to James, he took it like a fucking champ. Didn't react with any sort of pain at all. So I guess in that sense, his pain tolerance for having a little kid stomp on his hand is definitely a lot tougher than OG James is. But still.
Here.
Wait. You have it? No.
It's empty.
Oh. I was like,
Laura, there's nothing in it.
there was no
What?
way you couldn't have
But-
had it.
I didn't take it. I swear.
Well, where is it then?
I must have lost it.
It's Eddie, isn't it? Eddie ate it. He ate the letter.
I gotta find it.
Laura!
He mistook the letter for a slice of pizza and he ate it. Fat fuck. Glad I killed him. No comment on Laura's latest artistic creation, James, my boy. Has your inner art critic vanished from the game at this point? Why must you fail me so often? Intermezzo, OP118, number 2, by Johannes Brahms. Wait a minute. Didn't we come across a similar music sheet all the way back in the apartments? Here's a remixing of Laura Plays the Piano. Not really my fave. I like the OG more. Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. It sets, I mean, the new version sets the mood fine to its credit, but in terms of actual musical composition, I definitely like the original more. The cinema remix of the OST is not my taste, that's for sure. That's honestly one of the biggest issues I have with the new OST compared to the original in general. It's more fitting for a film score rather than a video game score, which is what the original was clearly trying to be. So, in terms of, you know, the medium in which the original OST was made for. Oh. I can actually play the piano. But, okay, so this little distraction aside, you get what I mean, right? The original game's OST was composed in a way that's more fitting of a video game than it is a film. And one of the reasons is due to how the tracks from the original game loop in on themselves, because depending on how long particular scenes and all that could play out here, it would be necessary for a lot of the old tracks to be able to loop in on themselves, because for a lot of it, the player may be able to retake control after the cutscene self-officially ends and stay in an area in which the piece is playing for however long they see fit. So, in order to keep the mood of the scene going, in which from the cutscene that the music plays in originally, the music would have to be able to keep looping in on itself and playing until the player would leave whatever room that the piece is playing in, and then just change to something else. Here, though, you don't really get that, I feel. The whole game's OST, while good in some places, you know, when taken in isolation, is more fitting for what you would expect to hear from a film.
Laura.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Well, I'm glad you... okay, maybe she was just looking in here really thoroughly instead of just waiting for me. So, yeah, maybe I shouldn't thank her for waiting for me. Maybe she was just being extra thorough. But yeah, you understand what I'm saying, right, chat? The piano theme of that TV scene. Oh, you mean the one that was just playing on the piano? It actually reminds me of the little piano piece that would play after Maria's first death at the end of the Brookhaven section in the OG. Oh shit. Okay, its back is turned, so I'm gonna try to sneak up on it. Maybe if I angle it down, I won't see it. Stay! Oh, shit! God damn it! Well, Tongle, security's finally come back for its lunch break. Son of a bitch. I was sneaking up on the mannequin, and shame on me for forgetting to check around the corner, because looks like there was a freaking mannequin hiding here. The bastard snuck up on me. I just hate when that happens. You try to sneak up on somebody, and then you find yourself being snuck up on in turn, and then it just ruins your ambush. If I were playing a Metal Gear game right now, that'd be doubly infuriating. Alright, so what do we have in here? Some shotgun shells. Damn, security had bodacious legs. They do. Shame their hips aren't as good as their legs, though. I like how they put white cloth on this little railing, and yet, yeah, it's clear signposting for the player that's meant to communicate to me, okay, you could go and climb over this thing, but it actually kind of blends in a little bit with the white picket fence thing a bit, where a particularly unobservant player might not even see it. Maybe it would have. I'm bringing it up because maybe it would have been better to make the wraps a cloth a little bit more dirty looking. For the particular set of players that would have a hard time paying close attention to their environment. Ay, man! Ah! Almost walked into that. Alright, so... good news is I'm almost done exploring the right half of the first floor. Oh, okay, which room is this? 102. Actually, I want to check this room more thoroughly before I go in there. I wasn't quite done looking in here. I want to make sure there's nothing I didn't miss that could be of great importance to me. Like a bazooka. Or a shortcut. No items. Oh wait, can I open that? No, apparently not. I'm on to you, legs. You can't kick me. I won't let you. Definitely a nice surplus of items in this room. Good God. Is there anything in here? Besides supplies? Okay, I guess maybe that was just a little supply room that you could optionally go into. I have no complaints about that. Oh! Where are you? Ah! Oh, you motherfucker! Right behind the goddamn door! I hate these sons of bitches. In loving memory of Sean Mitchell, the family regret to inform you of his passing. The funeral service will be held at the St. Stella Church in South Vale, intersection of Nathan Avenue and Neely Street, at 11 a.m. Following the service, we will hold a small reception at the Sean's family home. Well, sorry for your loss. You got anything in your suitcase I can take? Besides your belt? Okay, so there's literally just this one little letter here, and that's it. How exactly does that help me? I hear something. Oh, hello. It's subtle, but can you see that water leaking out from here? Is that a sign that the other world is breaking apart a little bit? Mayhaps? Only just learned of signposting, to be honest. What Final Fantasy VII Remake had the worst with that yellow paint. Yeah, I saw clips from the Final Fantasy Remake games here with yellow paint even extending to mountain cliff sides and everything in nature in order to direct the player on where to go. That to me is just ridiculous. Like, okay, yellow paint in towns would make sense here, especially given the more futuristic kind of aesthetic that Final Fantasy VII is going for. But all the way in nature itself, all the way up to including cliff sides, random cliff sides that you can traverse, like, come on. That's a kind of signposting that is just flat out insulting when they're just putting it on. There's an art to signposting that people from the 6th generation of video game consoles and even the 7th generation, at least for the first half, and every other generation before that, level designers and art designers back then were actually really clever with how they would do signposting in general for their games. And it would be subtle enough here to where it wouldn't stand out too much from the overall aesthetic of whichever level that you're traversing. Yeah, sure, you got your exceptions where it's really noticeable. It's akin to a neon sign glowing right in front of your face, but it was nowhere near as bad as as it is now. Now that we got this big yellow paint thing here, because it's the same exact type of signposting that you see in a lot of modern games nowadays. Like, it's not like the Resident Evil 2 remake where you got yellow police tape wrapped around various items or locations or things that indicate to the player that these are either A, places you can go through, or items you can interact with. That type of signposting makes sense because most of the time, a large chunk of your time is spent in a police station that's currently in the midst of a zombie outbreak. So it would make sense for there to be yellow caution tape all over the place. Same with Resident Evil 3 Remake, for that matter, for the rest of the city. Same deal. But straight up yellow paint in every location that you can think of, regardless of whether it actually fits or not, that's just lazy level design. So that's 107, so we need to find a key for that. So let's try the other side of the first floor now. See what I can find over there. I also gotta figure out what I can do with this apple. Okay, never mind. I guess there isn't anything for me to check out. At least yet, because the employees section from the original was something I had to access via an elevator up on a higher floor. So I'll just ignore that for now. Okay, up we go. Hey, I think that's a painting of Toluca Prison. Looks rather pristine. Almost like something straight out of a medieval fantasy. And hello, is that the house? Is that the little house from... Is that the Gillespie house from Silent Hill 1? Kind of looks like it. Okay, a little winter landscape. Mountainous landscape. Okay, more scenes of nature. They might be from around this area. In Silent Hill, I mean. Sunset Wings, rooms... Okay, we got a nurse's office right here. check this side first. Never mind, it's locked. And is this a painting of the hotel? I think it is, maybe? Can't be another... It can't be the prison. Wait a minute. Okay, so both of these are locked, so... Wait a minute. Okay, so I need to go over to the left side of the map to access some stairs that will lead me to the 3rd floor. But both of these are locked. So, sunset wings and the sunrise wing. So I need to find keys for these doors. So 312. That's okay. That's the room key for where James and Mary stayed. So, oh my god! It even makes a little squishing sound. Unless there's a key item I missed somewhere, then there's got to be somewhere I can use that apple. Hey, wait a minute. Is there a room I just failed? I failed to check over here. The utility room, it says. Well, how about that? I failed a spot check. What is this? Hedra Helix seems to have some kind of pest. Separate from the rest of the plants or they'll all die. One rotten apple spoils the whole bunch, huh? Hey, wait a minute. Hey, look at that! Just the key we needed. Speaking of one rotten apple spoiling the whole bunch. Oh. Alright. Who's outside the door? It's a mannequin. It's a freaking mannequin. Bastard is trying to set up an ambush for me. I'm on to you. Really, James? Really? Whoop. Too slow! I feel like you missed outside, unless I'm wrong. Wait, outside? You mean out here? Well, no. I mean, there's the gate that I need to find some bolt cutters or something for in order to get rid of the chain, but other than that, I think I've pretty much checked everything out here that looks remotely interesting, for now at least. But regardless, I found the sunrise key, so we should just head back up to the 2nd floor and use it. And I really wish James could run as fast as he did in the original. That alone would actually help this game considerably if they just simply sped James up, comparable how fast he could run in the original game. Because if they're going to massively expand all the levels like this, then at least allow him to be able to be as quick on his feet as he was in the original, so backtracking doesn't end up being as much of a chore. stalwart to the end. Okay, can I open it? Okay, seems like it, a book in a survival horror game is one of those items that feels like it's blatantly obvious. You should open it up to see what's inside in case there's like a little hidden item or something in there that you need. I mean, I would have figured that the very first Resident Evil would have solidified that little fact in everybody's collective conscious by this point. Okay, we got an eagle, a lion, a bull, a fallen angel, I think, on the right. And I'm assuming either a sinner of some kind in the center or a criminal. Okay. The one who's sword. I smell a puzzle. Revelations, a new understanding. Aha! Anything else around here? And pride before the fall. Oh, I see. The books describe all the characters in the picture, except for the guy in the center, I think. Pride before the fall, I guess, would refer to the angel, probably symbolic of Lucifer. Revelations, a new understanding. Maybe the criminal in the center? The one whose sword would be the eagle. And stalwart to the end. Actually, wait, maybe it's... Maybe the guy in the center is the stalwart to the end? Or is it the lion? There any more books around here? No. Okay, so it's just the 4. So the one whose sword. I guess it would... Okay, so it shows on the spine the eagle. Lion is on the upper left corner, so pride before the fall would be over here, right? Oh wait, that's for the lion? Okay. Okay, revelation's a new understanding. Okay, that's probably gotta be the angel. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I guess upon second thought, revelations is often associated with biblical terminology, so I guess that makes sense. And stalwart to the end. Okay, it's not doing anything, so... Their placement... Wait a minute. That's a ball. Where do I have... Well, I mean... Where I have the books and... relation to the picture seems to match, so... Wait a minute. Wait. Okay. The spears point towards the guy in the middle that's been impaled. Okay. Something I'm missing here. Okay, at least it allows me to swap them around. force it. Go me. Now that's an ominous picture. Okay, that little red light here, that's for photo development, I think. They're a little room here I can develop photos in, I wonder. Wait a minute. What do we have here? Oh. Looks like somebody had a little accident. Okay, I would have laughed if I actually could have put the freaking apple here. And it somehow would magically light everything up. Photo 2. There's blood underneath the door. Random bullshit goo. Yep. Uh-oh. 217. Nothing on here. So where's photo 1? Okay, here it is. Let me guess. These photos show me these things are supposed to show me where I can find hints to unlock the briefcase right here, right? And if this is not symbolic of my feelings towards this game in a nutshell, I don't know what is. Because this exact suitcase in the original game had only one little combination lock you'd have to mess with back in the original game. But here, in the remake, it's 2. They doubled the puzzle. Again. Help? Oh, come on. Where's my F? You're not gonna let me spell MILF? Goddamn game. Fuck you. Whatever. So, let me look at the photos again. Memo. Here we are. So, I should probably go outside and look at what's over here in photo 1. But first order of business, let's check where else I can currently check on this floor before I do that. Just in case. I'm sorry, but did I just hear something? I'm here. Okay. For a second, I thought there was something banging against a wall somewhere, but no, that was just the OST. Ooh! They don't even have goon. They don't even have goon. Another missed opportunity, Bloober. You should have had goon. I mean, this is Silent Hill 2 we're talking about. Gooning, I think, is definitely an appropriate terminology to use for a lot of the stuff that happens in this game. Especially in relation to James. But what the fuck do I know? It's not like I haven't been playing this game on and off throughout pretty much most of my life. Ever since I was a teenager. The original. Alright, I see what you're doing here. You're setting me up for a mannequin ambush. Because there's a bunch of regular mannequins. And there's probably 1 or 2 of them hiding in here. I'm on to you. I'm not gonna let you sneak up on me. Aha! James! Why didn't you suck the target? Why must you fail me so often? And we got a ripe apple this time. Lunacris09, welcome to the stream. Hey, how are you? Well, I'm doing okay. But as for the game itself, though, it's doing its damnedest to try to make me not okay, but I'm not letting it. Ah! I hear you! Where are you? Like I said, it's trying its best to make me not okay, but I'm not letting it. But, yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty uneventful day for me, for the most part. And I, for one, would very much like to get the Silent Hill 2 Filibuster out of the way, so I can focus all my attention on the more fun things I'm currently covering in my schedule. For the channel, that is. Okay, is that everything over here? I'm also good, thanks for asking. Well, I would like to ask you something that's alright with you. Okay, shoot. What do you want to know? Let's try going this way first. You alright there, buddy? You need a tissue? I do custom designs for streamers, like logo, panels, overlays, animated screens, etc. No pressure at all. Would you like to see my portfolio? So you're offering to make one stuff like that for me? Tempting offer, but to be honest, I don't really think I'm in the market for one of those, at least at this stage. Ah! Shit! Would you get over here and let me hit you? Okay, how am I doing on healing items? Okay, I'm still doing okay. Good. So, you give me your Discord, I'll give you more details. My Discord my Discord server is linked onto the video description. I mean, sure, you can show me your portfolio, but again, I'm not really interested right now in having custom banners and the like made for the channel right now. Especially since at least at this stage, I'm perfectly capable of doing those myself. Unless I'm looking for a very specific design in mind, like you can see on my on my regular channel. Hold on a second. Let me just pull it up. Yeah, this little banner I got right here. It's not like as though I use a VTuber avatar or anything like that. So this is just a simple little background and a logo I made in Paint.net a number of years back. So unless I decide to go the VTuber route or something like that later on, or I use some other type of icon to represent myself besides the N or the Neosekken thing, then I don't really think it would really behoove me to change my logo or anything like that. To something else here, because I don't really have anything like that to visually represent me. And because of that, I think that this old little logo, this old little banner and the icon that I made for myself all these years ago still suits me just fine. Again, you're free to show me your portfolio if you want, but again, I don't really think I'm really interested in having anything new made for me right now, to be honest. No, Neo, it might be a bot. Oh, well, I customized your channel attractive. No, you did not, my friend. I made that myself. And I got the old paint.net files and everything to prove it. Again, if you're not a bot and you're a real person, again, I'm flattered that you would offer to do something like that for me. But again, I'm just not in the market to have custom banners made right now, if that's all right with you. If you're a bot, though, then bot off. Okay, so, oh wait, I'm not done exploring this side yet. Well, you think I'm a scammer, I will show you on Discord I'm a real person. Well, again, feel free to do, you're more than welcome to do what you want, good sir. But for now, at least, I need to focus on what I'm doing here. Oh, hello. I think he's stuck on the TV. Oh, hello. Okay, I think we're good now. Anything in here? Wait a minute. What's at this wall right here? Okay, I mean the wallpaper is coming off the wall. I would have figured that's something I could interact with, but I guess not. That I could interact with, no problem. Wait a minute, what's in there? Nothing. I think that was rifle ammo I just grabbed. Nothing. I'm on to you. Yeah, I think it's another mannequin. Where else have I not gone yet? Down further below. What's your username? If you need to ask that question, then again, all the relevant information that you need to know is there's a link on this video description for this stream right there that'll link you to the Discord server. Everything that you'll need for my channel, everything that you'll need to know about me, you can find right through that. I post onto the main server and everything on there. You'll find me. I'm not trying to be rude here. Believe me, I'm not. I'm just I'm actually trying to make it easy for you. Oh wait, it kind of feels real. He's just joined the server. All right. Yeah, again, I'm perfectly willing to take a look at your portfolio, but I just want to let you know I'm honestly not in the market for a new banner or a new icon or anything like that. But if I ever happen to know anybody, if I okay, I think we're good. Big maybe though. That's 202. You know, I'm kind of impressed I have yet to run into any more abstract daddies. Anything in here? Anything at all? Okay, there's one more. 203. Yep, I see you. Oh, great, he's coming this way. Big stay down moment. Oh yeah. Well, hopefully he actually stays down this time. Wait, did I check the balconies yet? Could I go out to any of the balconies? Let me double check. Nope. Nope. All right. Let's go check out the locations for those photos now. So the first one, so photo number 1 is for the one the gates outside. So let's go see what we can find over there. Assuming it's for the gate down here. Wait a minute. Was this here before? Lone of the East, out of the water's safety, now lost out of breath. Okay. It is this one, isn't it? And this is what it looks like right here. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Exactly. There's a little bit of the tree foliage that's just poking right through that lamp. Seems like either that's some kind of glitch or a bit of an oversight, maybe. All right. photographs in room behind the shelter. I don't see anything that looks like a word or a number or anything. Unless I'm just blind. But what about the other gate? Wait a minute. There's... Okay, wait. There's 2 gates. That's right. There's 2 gates. Or maybe there's 3. Let me double check the rest of the park or the garden. I might have forgot something or overlooked something. No, it's not that. It's not in this either. Can't be this one. Okay, so it's gotta be this gate right here. It's gotta be this one. Unless, hold on. Lone one of the east, out of the water's safety, now lost out of breath. So, fish. Okay, I'll come back to this one, and let me check to see where the other 2 are. So this one is gonna be a bit hard to find, I think, unless I look for blood underneath one of the doors. And that's room 217. Okay. Let's look for a door with some blood under it. Brown door. I think it's probably one of the doors to one of the guest rooms. Maybe. Maybe it's on the 2nd floor? Unless... Never mind. I thought there'd be blood under there, but then again, I just came through there, didn't I? Not too long ago. That section's still locked to us, so it's gotta be around here. Was this here before? Silent Hill flower deliveries. Perfect flowers for perfect occasions. Our best sellers, lilies. I can't even read half of what these damn things are. I'm not even gonna try. 20% off for wedding bouquets. Call us 1207. Wait a minute. 1207. That's gotta be a code for something. Okay, so oh! Oh, you mother... You son of a bitch. For a second, I thought those were used tissues, but no, they're, origamis. Still not seeing a bloody door anywhere. Here, maybe? Hey, wait a minute. Well, I gotta find a light bulb somewhere, but... Where is that door? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did I thoroughly explore out here yet? Apparently I did not. God damn it, I did it again. Oh no, you don't. Where are you? Hey! There's a nurse in here. Oh, shit. Yeah! We have here patient record MSS. Can I read it? MSS. Unless that in itself is the code I need. Again, 1 point to the remake's favor. I am glad they didn't get rid of the nurses after I entered the Historical Society. It's definitely one thing I will give this remake credit for over the original. Yep. this one. Alright. Oh, shit! God damn it! Am I doing with supplies? So, medical, I'm still surprisingly okay. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're fine. At least I'm on the other side of the map now. Now, if there's not a bloody door around these parts, then I don't know where it could be. Wait, actually, wait. That means I can go up to the 3rd floor from here, too. Found the employee elevator. Probably gonna need to go down there and disarm myself, if I had to guess. Assuming we're gonna keep that segment of the original game intact too. Which, given this game, I imagine is going to be an even more miserable experience than the original. Whoopee! Ah! God. I swear I can. Oh yeah, that's right. It would never work anyway because they can suck to target on me too. Silly me, thinking I could actually get away from their ambush attack like that. Wait a minute. I see you. Nothing in here. Can you actually give me something useful rather than yet another freaking echo of the past? To the 3rd floor we go. Are you kidding me? At least I managed to kill you before you got back. You got back up. Still. How many rifle shots do I have now? I wonder. $34 if you count what's in the gun. Look! Here, an item/puzzle/location from the punch. Shut up. Exactly how I feel about those things at this point. Yeah, okay, I got it. You love sprinkling member berries throughout the whole freaking thing. If you're gonna go the extra mile to just bring attention to them, why not just keep them from the original? Otherwise, just stop, man. It stopped giving me that dopamine effect here by the time I reached the hospital. Hey, it looks like I found one of the princesses. How do we get in there? Oh, look at that. Just one of the keys we need. Note to staff, since it's taking you this long to get to the conference room, you might as well drop by room 107. I'm leaving you the key. One of the guests has made quite a mess. Wait till they get a load of me. A blank canvas. I think it'd make for a fine gift for Laura. Oh, hey, hello. We got a film projector. Or rather, a slide projector. Can I do anything with this? This looks important. No? Never freaking mind. Okay, so 107. Anything else up here that we can grab before we head back down? I don't think it sees me. Or maybe it does see me. Or maybe not. Turn around. Turn around so I can sneak attack you. Oh, god damn it. Mary, do you mind? God damn it, Mary. You gave me away. Like, you saw that, right? Right after she called out to James, this thing started making noises like as though it spotted me. Silence, woman! Keep talking and PH might show up and impale me with his impaler. Hey! Here it is! The door from the second photo. Okay, so I found it. Now, what do I do from here? Pretty sure it is. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, it's gotta be this one, yeah? Oh. There's footprints. Ah, it's locked. Wait a minute. But the gate that I need to mess with for photo 1 is blocked. Hold on a second. So, I guess I need to come back and find the key. Whatever. Oh, hold on a second. Can I see anything from up here? No. Oh, this is a section of the second floor I couldn't get to before. Fucking hell. I thought that might have been a mannequin getting ready to ambush me. bitch. Those things are my arch nemesis. Hands down. Like, they were nothing burgers in the original game, but in this one, they are just the single most annoying enemy type in the whole freaking game. Which, I mean, on a technical level, I mean, turning them into ambusher enemies here, I mean, it makes sense and everything, and it definitely spices them up from the original, to be fair, but holy shit, do they... Hey. There's a book right there. Can I get to it? Wait, what if I shoot it? Aha! Look at me! Thinking outside the box. Okay, so it's down on the Lakeshore restaurant. Okay, I can go down there. Good. Alright. Anything else in here? Okay, no. Doesn't look like it. There's an... Okay, there's an enemy hiding right behind this door, isn't there? Okay, maybe not. Is it? Am I right? Am I right? Aha! By shooting the box/glass. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think that would actually work. I was happy to be proven wrong. Okay, good. Wait, so can I just open this door over here on this side? Aha! Alright, let's go get that book. I really gotta stop saying alright a lot. Oop. Look what we have here. A can opener? There's no way they're going to expect me to use that to cut the chain on the gate, are they? No, there's no way. There's no freaking way. It's got to be for something else. Since we're down here, we might as well check it and see what's in room 107. Wait a minute, is there any items in here I didn't grab yet? Nope. Damn you! Still good on drinks. hate the damn mannequins. Well, they weren't kidding. Whoever was in here definitely made quite the mess. And did I just see that weird little light glitch from the apartments again just now? Note to staff. And while you're at it, be sure to sweep up the leaves out in the garden. Then you can get back to the fireplace. Oh. So there's a key I need from the leaves, huh? Thanks for the drink. See you. Maybe I'll have better luck ambushing this one right here. Maybe. Yeah, I think I will. Do not turn around. Thank you. Merciless. Finish off 50 enemies with a stomp attack. Damn right I am. So, leaves. And look at that. I called it. I definitely need to come in here. Oh. Where is it? I think it's right over here. Ah! I see you flashing your butt at me. You vulgar little beast. Oi! You moon me and you try to flee? How dare you? Oh shit! That was close. Oh, lucky me. You turned around just as... Oh, god damn it. Hi. Well, we gonna do this, or... Oh, you're just gonna... Okay. Fine by me. I don't mind you making it easy for me. Uh-oh. Woo! That was close. You just had to turn around at the last possible second. Oh. Found the key. Anything else out here I can use? Wait a minute. Is that what the photos are for? They're meant to show me where the music boxes are. Okay. So this one, okay, photo 1 shows me the garden I was just in, and I just grabbed the fireplace key, and the fireplace contains the music box, the first music box I need. So maybe that, okay, this must be where the other two are then. Okay. All right. But that also means that the 2 words I need to unlock that briefcase are also located somewhere else. So that begs the obvious question, where do I find the words to unlock the case? Ah! Ah! I freaking hate you. Ah! I'm going to freaking genocide all your kind off the face of this earth. If it's the last thing I do. And it's something that I know all of humanity will thank me for. Ah! Purge! I will purge you! Piece of shit! How the hell am I still staying at 4 health drinks is beyond me, but honestly, I'm not gonna complain. Seriously, you think I'd learn by now to just do a SWAT sweep with every new area I go through. Just hug the walls until I verify there's no mannequins in the area. I'm at the final stage of the game, I think, so it's now or never, Neo. Come on. Get your head in the game. Okay. Stairs are... Okay. Where's the fireplace? Oh. Duh. Duh. Huh? Oh, no you don't. Oh, no you don't. I saw you. And you were one I already killed. Son of a bitch. Why won't they stay dead? Okay, actually, you know what? I should just proceed with caution. If the enemies I kill are just gonna keep freaking reviving themselves, I might as well. Especially if it's gonna be mannequins. No need to, keep taking cheap hits, if I can help it. Got the Cinderella figurine. James, what did you do?
God damn it.
Why am I getting a bad feeling right now? Oh, you gotta be shitting me! Oh my god! Oh shit. Maybe I should get my shotgun out for this one. Oh god! Bulletproof everywhere but the face? Oh god! Woo! Okay. I definitely wasn't expecting to fight one of these things on the same playing field. Fuck. Okay. I guess they made the Mandarin a boss fight? Definitely interesting change from the original, for sure. You can skip this fight by going through some tight space and heading down and heading onwards. Also, why they make Mandarins more involved, I don't know. Well, to be honest, I mean, I'm not against making them more involved, because, I mean, in the original game, they were just only in literally a couple areas throughout the whole freaking thing. And they'd be under these little grates on the floor. Yeah, I'm not against making, you know, an encounter like this. I mean, it definitely was appropriately stressful, to be fair. Mainly because I wasn't expecting it, but still. Alright, so you said there was a tight space? Oh, hello. I see where I need to go now. Just want to double check. I didn't miss any items, right? No, I think we're good. Alright, let's get going. Now where am I? Okay, I can't go this way, so this way? Oh, dear God. Somebody had PMS real bad in here. Well, it's accurate, I'd say. It definitely does look like blood. What do I do with it, though? Oh, wait! The can opener. Now, what do we have in here? An open can of red paint. Okay, now what do I do with this? Wait, I can combine it with something? Wait. Okay, I guess I need to find someone else to combine it with, but what? I don't know. Okay, that's where I am at. Wait a minute. Did I check these rooms over here yet? They're unmarked on my map. I thought it was going to jump me, but I'm glad it didn't. And look at that! Just what I need to unlock the gate in the garden. Oop. I'll take that. Can't forget to break that too, just because. Gotta channel my inner vandal spirit. Hey, can I go in here? No. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. That's right. That's the conference room I just left. Going the wrong way. I need to go this way. The old layouts. They're very simple and easy to memorize. Well, I might as well drop this off while I'm here. Maybe. Not there. There we go. Well, at least I don't have to do any guesswork on this. That's nice. Now, ain't that cute? The fish has a light bulb in its mouth. I need to double back to the vanity mirror, which is on floor 2. Hey, well, I just realized I haven't checked the basement yet. I should probably do that while I'm at it. Yeah, okay, it's on the 2nd floor. Alright. Might as well see what fun shop of horrors waits me down here. This is really dark. I do not like it. At all. Alright, we're good. Note to staff, be sure to clean up the fireplace in the conference room. Already beat you to it, my friend. At least the toilet paper doesn't look unsanitary, which is more I can say for the paper towels. I feel confident in saying I can comfortably clean my ass with that paper. Wait a minute. There's a door I forgot to check. Hold on a second. I guess maybe there's none. Wait a minute, there's no elevator here I can use? Really? Unless it... Oh, wait, maybe it's back here in the employee area. Bro, that's yuck. Relatable. It's often the ickiest stories that are the most relatable. Well, 10% of the time at least. The other 90% is a literal crapshoot. Oh wait, it's in here. Here we are. I'm sorry, what? It's a light bulb. This is a light bulb fixture. Why ain't you taking my bulb? Wait a minute. In the original, I found light bulbs in a can. Oh, wait. This was red. Okay, I see. Hold on a second. Aha! I think red rum is scarier, personally, but that's just me. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Deed. Done. Maybe dip the bulb in the paint. Just did. Found the employee elevator key. Perfect. Now we get to the fun part. Because if it's just like the original, I'm going to have to disarm myself for a little while. I believe I mentioned that already, no? I heard something. Okay, you know what? If I don't have to deal with it right now, forget it. And I just saved. No items, huh? Although, given what I'm probably about to do, it makes sense that there isn't any. Okay, I need to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back in just a little bit. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. Okay, I just saved here, right? did not, apparently. Yeah, I think the elevator scare from the original also works better because it's not... It doesn't give you that spooky red light. It's just a sudden, loud, blaring alarm noise that you hear the second you set foot, along with the camera change angle. I think that makes for a far more effective jump scare than this. And now that I'm looking at it, this looks kind of rusted. Kind of looks like something I expect out of the other world. What? Actually, wait. I wonder. In the original game, when you're in the Lakeview Hotel for the first time before you view the videotape, you're actually in the Otherworld section of the hotel. But after you view the videotape, you go back to the Fogworld version. And you see the hotel in its true form. Are they changing things around for the remake? Baby's first jump scare. Hey, babies, you gotta start off light with the babies rather than throwing them to the deep end of the pool, lest they drown. We don't live in the old days of Sparta, don't you know? Holy crap! They actually let me segment all my different items. Wait. Oh, I still have the stationery. I thought it had been gone by now. I think the stationery would have been gone after I received the other letter from Laura in the original. Wifey! Wish me luck. Mwah! Actually, wait. Can I keep... Hold on. Here's a little detail about the original Silent Hill that many of you guys might not know about. It's actually possible for you to bring Mary's letter, the letter from Mary that Laura gives you, and the photograph of Mary down the elevator with you in the original game. I think that's something that most players actually don't know about. And they automatically assume you've got to dump everything in the locker in the original before the elevator will allow you to go down. But no, you can actually keep the letter and or the photo if you want before going down. How that affects the endings in the original, I couldn't really tell you. It was just something that I just discovered on accident after several repeat playthroughs once upon a time. But I figured that was a little bit that would be a little bit of interesting trivia to share. And I bring it up because I want to see, can I bring the personal items with me? Hey! Look at that! You can! You absolutely can! I only need me, myself, and my wife. Exactly. But hey, I'm actually impressed, Blooper Team. You actually noticed this little detail and you kept it. And oh shit. There's another one! Oh fuck. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't even have a map. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh shit. I'm in trouble. Oh shit. I hope it didn't see me. Oh god. Don't look this way. Don't mind me, I'm just a fixture in the elevator. You need the power of waifuism. At least the town lets me keep the power of waifuism. Okay. Okay, how it didn't see me, I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. I'm just glad it didn't. I'm Johnny, one hot guy. I'm hotter. Give me some Hawaiian swim trunks and I'll prove it to you. Well, at least I got a map now to work with. Thank God. Still. Oh, dear. Wait, wait, wait. Oh, great. Never mind. I try to remember that little code I found earlier, but I guess that doesn't work for it? Okay. I might be able to make this work, though. Can I open this door? Yes, I should probably wait a little bit, though. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Okay, I'm just gonna wait until you turn around. Okay. I'm gonna go this way. Ooh! Oh, shit. Granted, mine is dead, but it still counts. Hey! Even if she can't be with me in person, she can still be with me in spirit. Nothing works. It just won't wash off. Order new sheets. Do I dare ask what the guests put on the sheets? Do I want to know? Oh, give me a break. I can't even hear them through the walls here. I won't be able to judge where they are. Shit. Wait a minute. Okay, that must be the sheets they were talking about. Wait. I think I hear it just now. Oh, shit. Where is it? Oh, dear. That's right. You just go that way. Don't mind me. Oh God, it's coming this way. It's coming this way. Close it, close it, close it, close it. Whew. Okay. I can probably run around in here without alerting them to my presence, right? They won't just come in here, right? Ooh, hello. What do we have here? There's 6 indentations on this thing. Shortcut. Oh, hello. For a split second, I thought I was looking at a picture of Yoda right here, because you see the little streak across this guy's face going across his eyes, and how they're angled? How it's angled from both sides of his head. I thought they were like long little elf ears or something like that. And given what at a glance looked like a guy in short stature, I thought I was looking at a picture of Yoda. I'm like, what the fuck is that doing in this thing? But no. No, I think it's just an elf. Just a normal elf. I really wish I had my flashlight. Red gemstone. Nothing here. Nothing, huh? Oh my God, it's Yoya. Freerin. Another thing on my bucket list I still need to check out at some point. Freerin. I hear nothing but good things about it. Although I'm debating whether or not to check out the anime first or the... it's a light novel series, actually, isn't it? Freerun? Or is it a manga? I don't remember. Okay, you just go that way. You go that way and don't you ever come back. Oh, shit. Go away. Go away. Go away. Thank you. Pantry. Actually, I should probably hide in here a second before it turns around. Need to more efficiently plan my route. Okay, so we just got the kitchen, the dish room, and the cafeteria, and the freezer room, and the pantry to check out. Okay, where is it? Where the hell is it? Where the hell is it? There it is. It didn't hear me just now, did it? Great. So the freezer room door is a room I need to go into. Swell. Oh, wait a minute. I thought I... Oh, the pantry was right across from here. Shit. I missed it. Ha! There we go. Yet another echo of the past. Another useless echo of the past. Hey, this looks familiar. I think I've seen this picture before. Back in the hospital? Or was it the labyrinth? Okay, got the blue gemstone. Going. Or it sees you. Take it. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Of course there's a regular enemy in here. Son of a bitch. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's the freaking otherworld variant of these things, too. No, don't come this way. Don't come this way. Son of a bitch! It's not gonna... It can't follow me through those cracks, can it? Oh. Guess not. Where is it? Fuck it. It's interact with bread. Okay! I interacted with the bread. How exactly is that? Oh, shit. Boy. Oh, no, you don't! There's gotta be something here I can grab. Yes! Grab it, grab it! Go, 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 go. Ah! Shit! Did I just... No. Get in there, get in there, get in there! Okay, that's 3 gemstones, so... Catch this bread. Seriously, why did they put that there? What was the point of the bread? There it is. Did it change its patrol route? Oh, wait a minute, there's something else in here. Go fuck yourself. That son of a bitch. Okay. Oh, wait. Maybe this can serve as a clue to help me figure out where to place them? Deep green gemstone, brilliant blue, and scarlet red. Okay, the pattern I see in the middle looks like pieces of what I see in the cubes. So I gotta put them in the thing here in a way that'll match the pattern, right? Wait, okay, so the indentations are at an angle. Okay, yeah, I gotta make it match up with the picture. Alright. Alright. So I want this to go there. And this I want down. No, I want you there, I think. And this. Aha! 7414. That was surprisingly easy. Not gonna lie. Okay, that's got to be for the safe. Oh, shit. Seven, 4, 1. There we go. Well, we got it, chat. We got the tape of destiny. Videotape left at the Lakeview Hotel 3 years ago, and a basement key. Okay, now where do I... Ah, up there. Directly north. Where is it? Okay, I think we're okay. Goodbye, fleshies. Excuse me, I wanted to go up, not further down. What gives? Oh, come on. Of course. Of course I'm not done yet. Where do I... Let's try the maintenance room. It's right there. Oh god. It's coming this way. You guys can just suck lemon. Ooh, hello. I see a little thing I can sneak through. I heard the phrase, stepping on a crack breaks your mother's back. But what happens when you step into a crack? Rather than on one. And if it sounds like I'm just talking to myself, just because, that's because I'm trying to relieve the tension. As you can see, I'm in a bit of a minorly stressful situation right now. Oh, dear. Down here. It pleases your dad. Yeah? Well, if that... Oh, I guess it depends on what it does to Mommy Dearest then, huh? I guess it depends. Shit. I'm just gonna go back this way. Okay, so I'll need to head to the liquor storage and the boiler room now. Oh shit! Jesus, that was close. I don't know how it didn't see me, but... Lucky me. Well, what do you think, James? Need anything in here to help take the edge off? Wouldn't really fault you at this point. Nothing? Is this just a little shortcut area? Guess so. Not by me, I guess, but... Oh, come. Oh, I see. That's what the valve is for. Come on, turn it, baby, turn it! Turn it before it comes here! I'm going back in. Okay, I think it's gone. Oh, my lord. Oh. Venus Bar. Uh-oh. What was that? Wait a minute. I can go in through the kitchen right here. Whew. Oh, look. Wait a minute. Do I have to go back for the handle and use it here too? I'll take that as a okay. All right. Well, at least I don't have to go and find another one. Yeah, we did hear slight gasp just a few seconds prior. Okay, so I wasn't just imagining it. What the? What just happened? What the hell? Okay, you saw that, right? The game kind of froze a little bit, but not really, because there was still stuff happening in the background. What the hell was that? I thought the game crashed for a second, but it did. But again, there was still stuff going on in the background. What the hell just happened? It's a Waldo, apparently. Whatever. That's it. I'll take it. Being on... I mean, we technically already are on a bizarre adventure as it is, if we're being honest with ourselves here. Maybe James is actually actually another nickname for JoJo or something, and we just don't know it. James Sunderland is the latest incarnation of JoJo. Better leave. Oh, hello. It's kind of already flooded in here. Oh no, the fish! At least this fish is okay. Okay. Wait a minute. Do I have to find a... Oh, thank God. Okay, I will say... One of the dumbest puzzles, if you want to call it that, from the original game... was when you have to freaking... find a light bulb for a little lamp on the bar counter... in order to be able to shine a light on the keyhole that James would need to use in order you need to use a key for in order to unlock the bar door so he could go right through. Despite being inside, beside number 1, being in the bar door, number 1, and number 2, he could just feel the damn. He could just feel for the damn keyhole with his fingers, and yet he just couldn't for some reason. That was just one of the few puzzles from the original game I always thought was stupid, even by Silent Hill standards. Like, I mean, yeah, everything you need to find in order to unlock that original lock was pretty much within a room or two away from each other, but still. I should probably not wander around until I get my items back, because chances are, knowing my luck, there are mannequins hiding all over the place now, waiting to say hi to me. Oh, hello. We got water. Well, look at that. We got water showing up around the place. Okay, is that what they're doing? They're just subtly letting the real hotel leak through? The Otherworld version? Rather than just having it sprung on you all at once? I guess it's not a bad way to do things, all things considered. But I don't know. But on the other hand, that also kind of makes the reveal lose its impact and its shock, though. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it, to be honest. You weren't playing on easy riddles? No, I was playing on normal riddles the entire time. Or wait, are you talking about the original? The original Silent Hill 2. Because I played normal riddle difficulty on the original back in the day, and I'm playing normal here on this version too. At least for this first run. Oh, thank God. I don't feel so naked anymore. Okay, well, we got the mermaid now, but we're still missing one of the princesses. Well, we have 2 apples, and we got Cinderella and Ariel right here. Now we just need to find Snow White. The apples, I'm assuming, have to be used in order to get the Snow White box, right? Where haven't I looked yet? Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right. I remember. Photo 2. We need to go to, here. Which is... where is it? 202. I think it's at 202. Where do I use the apples, though? Is there something not back here I missed? apples. Guess I need to just backtrack throughout the whole place until I find something. Not sure what, but something. Some area I overlooked. Missing here. There's something missing. Guess I could check the third floor again. That's where the door with the blood underneath it is, isn't it? Isn't that where I need to go? Yeah, okay, so it's here, but what did I miss the first time? Wait a minute. Wait! Wait! No. That's right. There was already something I grabbed down here. That's right. Damn it. $217. 217. So 217. because I just went through there. And there's all that really leads to is just 317. There's nothing else here. Yeah, because this leads to the conference room I was just at. There's nothing else in here. There's red paint there. Okay, so it's gotta be on the second floor. Are you kidding me? Never mind. I gotta double back up here. Forgot I gotta go around. Using the third floor. Yeah, because I want to use this right here. Okay, here's 217 right here. Bird in its cage. This is the one I just found. Yeah, because that led to me getting the can opener, getting that thing, and then just... Okay, I'm officially confused. Did I just somehow miss a key somewhere? Because 202 is the only room I have yet to actually open up here. It. There's a locked door right in the lost and found. Yeah, tell you what. You can go ahead and look it up for me, Conkle, and if I need you to give me the answer, I'll just... Well, hold on. What the... Okay, that was interesting. Yeah, if I need, yeah, you're welcome to look it up, and if I can't figure it out within like next 5 minutes or so, then feel free to just go ahead and give it to, and just tell me where to find the key to room 202. Let's see, it says this is locked. Lost and found right there. Yeah, guys, I don't want to waste too much time wandering around aimlessly, especially if I keep missing something that's probably staring me right in the face, but for some reason I'm just not noticing. Unless I... No. I would have been in here if there was anything at all. I wonder. Gameplay. Nah, I should just leave this alone. Fuck it. Fuck it. All right, if you got if you got any information on 202's room key, Conkle, feel free to share it. Because at the rate I'm going, it's probably going to take me forever to find it. Fuck. Come on, where did I miss? What did I miss? Unless I can just backtrack down to the basement. Can I? Okay, it looks like I can. But I can't go back this way regardless, because there's steam. You know what? Maybe just for this one occasion, I should just have this on. So that way, I'll either miraculously spot it, or you give me the information, Conkle, or until you give me the information before I spot it, whichever happens first. Is it? Oh, no, that's just for the piano. Just for that. Room 201. there before. What the hell? Did I miss it? Let me go check. There's nothing in here. Okay, so yeah, I've already checked here. Nothing. Seen a Snow White on the thing there? Huh? Snow White. Where? This doesn't make any sense. Alright. I really did not want to have to do this, but I might just need to look up a community guide for this one. Let's see. Hopefully this will be the only time I ever have to do this. How to romance Pyramid Head. Maybe for the New Game Plus, I'll consider it. Padlocks. How to get rid of your wife. Smoke spots. Here we are. Walkthrough puzzle. So, Lakeview. Let's go down to Lakeview. Snow White, Snow White, Snow White, Snow White, Snow White, Snow White, Snow White. There's gotta be. Where does it say where to apply the apples? Okay. We just did the gemstone thing here. You don't say anything about where the third figurine is. What the fuck, man? And this thing's got 5 stars? Oh, wait, here. Here it is. I just read past it. Okay, exit hall into balcony, walk to left to nurse's office, exit through door, unlock the double doors, head to 202, where there you will find a mirror, put it together, last piece is in the room opposite the mirror. Wait. It's in a couch? Hold on a second. Busy utility room for sunrise key. Go to second floor using lobby. Use sunrise key to unlock door on the right. Jump over to the counter of cloakroom on your left. Through the hall on the cloakroom. Cloakroom. Where's that? There. Right ahead. So, it's in here, yeah? Oh my fucking god, I missed it! I missed the damn key! I'm an idiot! I got brain damage! I must have been dropped on my head as a baby! That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. Didn't mean to waste everybody's time with me aimlessly wandering around. But, well, what? This is what? The third time now this has happened in this playthrough, at least? Hopefully it'll be the last. But whatever. We found the damn key. And hey, if I only have to look up the solution to something once for this entire thing, I'll be happy. Okay, here we go. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the sweetest of them all? Peel away the shiny skin, see the rind flesh within. Oh. Oh, I see. It's a jigsaw puzzle. There we go. There's that. Go. Okay, this should be easy because you just gotta align the flat pieces and the mirror shards with the flattest portions against the edges first. That'll make this easy. Easier. There we go. And last but not least, we seem to be missing a shard. Maybe it's in... There's a man... Let me guess. There's a mannequin in here, waiting to ambush me. Apparently not. But it seems a little suspicious that this little thing is waiting right here. In the closet, isn't it? Okay, nothing happened. Yet that makes me even more nervous for some reason. What did I just do to it? Oh, the other apple just vanished. Well, Snow White's in the mirror, but how do I get to it? We just shoot him. Apparently not. Okay, well... Wait. Oh, there's an exclamation mark on there. Hold on. Aha! Okay, we got the last one. What am I doing on supplies? Wow. Back down to the double digits on handgun and bullets, and oh shit. Oh god. Ah! Oh great. Oh shit. Maybe I should just get the shotgun out for this one. Oh dear. Here it comes. Here they come. It's one. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be. Unless there's more. Oh, of course there's more. You thought you were being cute. You thought you could ambush me, but I saw you. No, sir. I'm not dealing with your bullshit. Oh, man. Yeah, we're definitely in the fog world version of the hotel now for sure. This place is falling the fuck apart. Now, what's this? Oh, okay, I see. I got to lead them to the 3 doors. Okay, we got one there. Okay, let me see the path that I got Snow White on. Change this one. See where that does. Where that goes. Okay. Now all we need now is Cinderella. Here. All right. That wasn't too bad. What began with 3, one would soon deplore. 7 kindly souls opened the door. Trading 1 for 2, away she would roam, but the love of 5 would bring her back home. Taunted by the 2, she would toil away, leaving 1 behind. She has found a way. So 7 kindly souls would refer to Snow White. Oh, hello. do with this one? Okay, I need to turn the keys in a certain order, clearly, but how do I figure that out from this? What began with 3, 1 would soon deplore. 7 kindly souls opened the door, so... maybe the 1 o'clock position? Trading 1 for 2. Way she would roam, but the love of 5 would bring her back home. Okay, so this is the confirmation button here. What began with 3, 1 would soon deplore. 7 kindly souls open the door. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Trading 1 for 2. Away she would roam, but the love of 5 would bring her back home. And tainted by the 2, she would toil away, leaving 1 behind. She found a way. This would refer to Cinderella. Wait. Okay, well, I just found something here for 2 of them. Interesting. So that would put that there. Okay, so 7. Okay, so, oh, alright, I see why it wasn't going back. It resets them after each attempt. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7. Trading 1 for 2. Away she would roam, but the love of 5 would bring her home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tainted by the 2, she would toil away, leaving 1 behind. She found a way. So let's try this. So I turned this 7 times, this one 5, and this one 1. Let's see what happens. It was actually that simple. It was actually that simple. I wasn't sure if I was overthinking it at first. Or rather, I wasn't thinking hard enough about it. Because I would assume that with the numbers it would give you with each one to begin with, it would be kind of like an addition or a subtraction sort of thing that you would have to do with the numbers on the bottom for each one. I thought it'd be something like that, and then I have to figure out if I would have to add or subtract or something like that. But no. The numbers at the top are a red herring. It's the ones that each one ends at the bottom that tells you how many times you gotta turn the key. Okay. Well, that was surprisingly simple in the end. All right. Third, we got the key. Guess that means now we can finally go watch the tape. Hope you're all ready, chat. See, we're now finally about to get to the end game. Damn, James, you were in a real hurry to get through there. Fucking hell. This is the observatory. Oh, it actually gives you a prompt for the observatory thing. So does that mean the dog ending is in this? Well, I mean, I'm gonna check out the other endings after I get through the credits, regardless. So, guess I'll find out soon enough. Here we are. Truly special. Reach room 312. Wifey, I'm in our room, but you're not in it. Where art thou, woman? Who will massage my feet if not you? Well, grab your popcorn, chat. Because it's time for a little home movie. How they're going to handle this scene.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Promise you'll take me again, James.
I think just having the sound of Stack playing and just letting your mind fill in the blanks in regards to what sounds might have been happening during in the middle of the actual tape when you see what James is doing to Mary would have been more effective here, like how they did in the original. Again, that's not me just saying that just because I just out of pure preference for the original, which, you know, to be fair, I do have that for this, but I'm talking about in regards to how to deliver this shocking moment, because I think just the subtle noise of the TV stack from the background as you're seeing the tape play out and you're just barely making out what's happening somehow makes the moment from the original feel more shocking, because the dull noise from the TV greatly contrasts with the pure shock value that you're being subjected to on the screen in the original. Whereas with the sinister noises that the tape plays in this version, it has the same issue I feel with the Angela and Abstract Daddy sequence in the last episode for this whole series, where they're just overplaying their hand a bit on making the whole moment seem shocking, you know? Where I think the subtlety that they handled it in the original in regards to the tape itself, when it comes to the sound design, actually ended up making what you saw on the tape come off as more effective and shocking in a way. Because it's just all you hear is white noise as you're just barely processing what's happening right in front of you. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but yeah, I can't say it's bad outright how they handled the tape reveal here. But I still feel the original does it better just because of the sound design, if nothing else. Oops. Go away. Also, I gotta say, I think showing James's face here is also a mistake. Because you're just as shocked as James is in the original version if you end up going through that scene the first time. And just as you're beginning to process what he actually did and the surge of emotion and the feeling of anger, betrayal, whatever kind of emotions might be going through your head for the first time that you played the original when you encountered this scene, you can't even see the man's face as you're letting this storm of shocking emotions just flow through you, and not being able to see his face, and the camera just slowly pans over his shoulder, just somehow just makes the scene feel even more impactful, because you want to look at the man at that point if you're feeling even a twinge of anger, which chances are you probably were. Most players probably were at that point, and understandably so. And yet you couldn't properly look the man in the face to see what thoughts might be going through his head. The only thing you would be able to really tell in regards to what might actually be going through his head at that moment is looking at his body language, and the guy's just slumped in the chair. Much like how, funnily enough, that corpse that you find in front of the bloody TV in the apartments in the original version of the game, he ends up at the end of that very sequence, he ends up sitting down in the chair he's in right now in exactly the same way as that corpse. But that's toward the end of the sequence. But you know what? Maybe I should just let this thing play out from start to finish. I should just shut up and let it do that.
Hey, there you are. Do you know where Mary is? Come on, talk to me.
Mary's gone.
She's dead. Not even a long pregnant pause before saying that she's gone?
Liar. That's a lie.
No. It's the truth.
She died because she was sick.
That face.
I killed her.
Killer? Why'd you do it? I hate you. I want her back. Give her back to me. I knew it. You didn't care about her. I hate you, James. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. Mary, you know, isn't here.
guess it just transitions, even in here now.
James!
Mary?
James! Where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please, come to me. Do you hate me? Please, why won't you come?
But where? Where are you?
You're so close now. Please, don't give up. Don't leave me out here, James. James.
They should have done what the original did with this scene and have the camera just roll in between half of James and Laura's lines, because James was very hesitant in the original to answer any of Laura's inquiries, because you could tell right at that moment in the original version, he has absolutely no idea within at least the first few moments what to even say to Laura, given what he just found out that he did to Mary. And what could you say, honestly? You just find out that this massive, horrifying, nightmare-inducing quest that you've been on to find your wife had been all for nothing, because you were the one that killed her, and this kid who came here to the same town along with you to try to find Mary, you promised her not even 20, 30 minutes ago or something like that you would help her you would essentially help her find Mary. And then you find out this, and there she is. What do you even say to Laura? Other than just the cold hard truth. And he had to summon the willpower to just say it for a good 20 plus seconds in the original. And the camera would just roll. It would just show you looking at the slumped down James, with Laura looking down on him. And even after you watch the tape, again, the tape would the camera would just roll as the camera just pans around James as he, along with you, the player, are processing what you just saw on the tape. And once he started talking to Laura and just explained to her outright why she won't find Mary, because he killed her. The response from Laura wasn't immediate. It was a good 15 seconds or something like that from her, as she too is busy processing what James just said to her, before she just lets it all out and starts unloading on him, both verbally and physically. The point I'm making here is they don't draw the scene out the way that they did just because. It's a legitimately shocking moment, and both the characters, James in particular, are so emotionally distraught to where they can barely form the energy to form a proper response in a timely manner. And again, can you blame the guy? But here, though, each line is almost immediate, like as though neither James nor Laura are really taking much time at all to really process what they're saying to each other, and they're just taking everything at face value, if that makes sense. Like, Laura doesn't really wait to examine James after he tells her that he killed Mary. She doesn't just stare at him for a long time, looking at his face, looking at his posture, everything for a good while, just looking for any, clearly looking for any sign of deception on James's part. Because if James is telling the truth, then guess what? Laura's quest to find Mary would be all for nothing too. And yet when James just sat there silently after telling her that he killed her, and it slowly sank in for Laura that he was indeed telling the truth, that's when she blows up. And it's impactful. It's emotionally impactful. I guess the best way I can describe how this whole thing plays out here, from both the contents of the tape itself all the way to Laura leaving, is the scene knows it's kind of like somebody playing a piano or something, reading from a piece of sheet music or something. You may know the composition to the song that you're playing with the piano or whatever instrument that you're using, but you don't know the music. There's a specific way that you have to play the sequence on the music sheet in order to convey a certain tone, rather than just following tit-tat-toe or whatever in sequence. Because if you just do that, it'll just sound staccato in a way, robotic. And that's really the best way I think I can describe the scene. It knows the sheet music, but it doesn't understand the music. If that analogy makes any sense. It just lacks the emotional impact because it doesn't really let anything sink in for either James, Laura, or you, the player, by extension. It's just the character's just waiting a few moments at the most before just going on to their next lines. And then it feels like the scene is just trying to go through itself as quickly as possible, rather than just let it sit and sink in. It kind of ruins the emotional impact a bit, because it doesn't let you sit with it as the scene is playing out. Anyway, the tape doesn't have any kiss of death from James, and me at 0 out of 10. Did it? Oh, yeah, that's right. James did kiss Mary before he suffocated her with the pillow in the original. That's right. First, I was confused what you were referring to, but yeah, that did happen. He actually did kiss Mary before killing her. Kind of curious why they left. Now that you mention it, why did they leave that detail out, I wonder, from the tape? Why cut that out? He's a bit strange. So, yeah, if it isn't clear, I definitely prefer how the original handles this scene more than the remake by a country mile. Again, it's not the most egregious scene I've seen in this remake compared to the original, but it's definitely one of the worst ones, I feel, because it just doesn't give you a proper chance to really process the shock of the moment for very long. Yeah, this place is ruined like my soul. It's like looking into a mirror or a clogged up toilet. Oh. Looks like the sun is setting outside. Is that a note right there? Can I grab that? No, apparently not. Yeah, no interaction between James and Mary before the Mercy kill. Chose to go for the loom with the pillow for first instead. Bloober team, why, man? You trying to portray a worse James? And here's Blank Fairy. That is honestly honestly seems to be the running theme for James in this version compared to the original. He just seems like a more callous and, in some ways, flat-out worse version of himself than he ever was in the original. It's not like they're portraying him in a comically callous tone, super comically callous tone or anything like that, but it's definitely noticeable if you've played the original recently. And then this, back to back. Where do I go from here, I wonder? I wonder if the rooms teleport you all over the hotel like they do in the original. I wonder how that's gonna look. Interesting. What do we have here? I'm just checking the map to see if it actually teleports me. I don't know. I also think I prefer the more cold-looking version of the Fog World Hotel compared to the more sunset-y kind of look. Again, it's not bad. It doesn't look bad to me, honestly. It's just, I think I can just chalk it up to a personal preference thing, because I think I get what they're going for with the sunset glow here as well. Like, this is, like, maybe they're just using it as a way to symbolically represent we're reaching the sunset of James's journey in the town. At least I assume that's what they're going for with the lighting. Again, it's not, again, I don't think it's a bad change, it's just, I prefer the colder look of the original. Given the revelation that we just learned about James, and, well, let's be honest, we're all probably feeling understandably cold towards him by this point. First time playing the original. Lord knows I was definitely feeling a pretty strong level of betrayal towards him myself back then. Followed by pity. How bad is the double pyramid head fight gonna be, I wonder? Wait, I just went through here. Here's where I want. They just can't resist having me do one last one of these, can they? There is no healing of thy bruise. Thy wound is grievous. Yeah, true that. And I would say this is a wound that is most certainly self-inflicted. Where do I need to bring this? Wait a minute. What about in there? No. Okay, there's got to be a little vent or hole I can use. Oh, I got to put it right here. Okay. Alright. Simple enough. Actually, wait, can I go in here real quick? Yeah, okay. Still can't get it right. What am I looking at here? There's writing on the thing on the right. What does that say? I think it's backwards, whatever it is. How many of these things do I have at this point? And what are the strange photos even for? I've been collecting them all throughout the game, and yeah, I still can't figure it out. It's like, is it like Silent Hill Homecoming, where I can collect those photos and then get a little bonus scene after the credits or something? Hey, at least you can see the bottom of this hole. Are you sure you want to jump? Holy shit! It didn't ask me. It didn't give me a double prompt this time. I think the game is finally getting it. It knows I do not care for my own safety at all. It finally learned. So I'm on the second floor now. Good Lord. Actually, maybe I want to go over here first. There might be an item I need. Or two. Aha! I knew it. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean. Remove the evil of your deeds from my sight. I'm gonna need some really strong bleach and soap for that one, whoever you are. Because the filth on my hands cannot be washed away easily. These hands are soaked in blood. Ooh, a safe spot. Seems mighty suspicious to put one here. Is there another boss coming up here besides the double pyramid head thing I should worry about? Okay, the fact that I haven't seen any enemies yet so far is just putting me more and more on edge. I don't like it. Let's see, there's an elevator there I can use. Try not to hit the ground too hard, otherwise you might get the whole building to collapse on. Oh.
She will not be cured. All that suffering. I am no longer sure if it was of any use.
What's wrong with your voice?
Anything at all. I can't say if this newfound understanding, if there's any wisdom to be had in all that happened. I suppose that's for you to learn, and I hope you will. She will not be cured. All that suffering.
They, then she. Are you referring to Mary and Maria?
I am no longer sure if it was of any use, if it meant anything at all. I can't say if this newfound understanding, if there's any wisdom to be had in all that happened. I suppose that's for you to learn, and I hope you will.
Is this from Ernest Baldwin, I wonder? You know, now that I think about it, is Born from a Wish in this version of the game? Is it something I'll unlock? Is it something I'll unlock after the credits or something? Because if that's the case, then I might need to make one last stream for this. You know, besides this one. There was something. Never mind. Spoke too soon. What am I doing on supplies? So I still got a lot of rifle rounds. And handgun bullets and 69 shells. Nice. It's my lucky number. I just here? Yeah. Okay. Alright, here it is. Here's the elevator. Hope you're ready to get your feet wet. At least I assume I'm gonna get my feet wet. I did it in the original. There's my water. Okay, if there is no line figures around in these waters, I'll be pleasantly surprised. But there's no way they're not gonna cut them out here for this segment, are they? So far, it's looking like it. No, seriously, where are all the enemies? Are they trying to put me on edge? Because it's working. I bet you all this booze is still safe to drink. Nothing. Really? Nothing? Oh. Oh! Hey, Angela!
Mama? Mama! I was looking for you.
Do I look like I got D-cups
You're
to
the
you?
only one left. Maybe then I can finally rest. Mama. What's wrong? Wait. You're not my mama.
No, the truth is, your mama is actually the bearded lady.
It's you.
It is I! Dear God,
Sorry,
you don't have to be
Angela.
that distraught about it.
I think you were right. What we're looking for, it's not here. Not anymore.
Thank you for helping me earlier. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserve what happened.
No, Angela, that is not true.
Could you
Don't
sound at least a
hit-
little bit distressed over Angela's implications here for 1 second, James? Could you try to come off as empathetic to other people for once in your life?
Me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me? Will you love me? Care for me? Heal all my pain?
I might have some Tylenol in my pocket.
That's what I thought.
We're not even doing a POV
James.
for this?
Give me back the knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself. Have it your way.
The Wendy's
Doesn't
way.
change anything.
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
You're not even going to let me stay? Oh, come on. At least in the original, you could give me the illusion of being able to try to go after her. Yeah, I'd still get hurt by the flames, but at the very least, you'd have the option to be able to just stand at the flames and just watch her ascend the stairs until she vanishes from sight. And that's on purpose too. You didn't have to, but if you wanted to still try and save her, despite probably knowing deep down in your heart that you really couldn't, all you could really do is just watch helplessly as she ascends to probably on her uncertain doom. And that was also part of the point. You were meant to feel helpless. Until eventually you have to force yourself, the player, to leave and continue on. Not even a POV. Yeah, I noticed that too. Not even a POV, almost as though she's also addressing the player too, not just James. And of course, just the delivery of both James's VA and Angela's, just why must they be so monotone and serious? Can't they just... Yeah, it sounded weird in the original too, but weird in a way to where it still made you feel like the characters were actually human. Weirdly enough, they were trying to go for that David Lynchian style of acting, even during in serious moments like this in the original. Yeah, it's meant to feel off, and yet somehow you still feel like as though these are actual people with actual human emotions. Screwed up emotions, but emotions all the same. Here they just feel... They all feel one note, except for Eddie, and that note of being dead inside. It doesn't really do anything to distinguish James and Angela from each other, especially when they're speaking to each other. I don't know. It really just feels like as though half the time or more, they're just phoning it in. It's not, again, it's not the worst I've ever... Oh. It's alive? Well, if it's not going to get up and attack me, then I might as well just leave it alone. Don't need to waste any effort on it if I don't need to. Especially if there's a chance that it could get up and attack me and force me to waste healing items, possibly. Don't need to fight every single freaking net monster I see, even though it feels like as though this game more or less kind of forces you to. Oh. Oh my god, her head's actually pulsing. That's freaky. But hey, no, we're getting enemies, finally, but they all seem, I don't know, weakened? 312 to be cleared out. Yeah, well, what if I clear you out first? No one's returning. You don't need to rub it in now. I know what I did. I know I'm a bad man. you just stay right there. Let me pass. Uh-oh. I recognize this the graded floor. This is it. This is it. Hey, he's not even looking at the thing anymore. Okay, that's actually a nice little attention to detail. I'll give you that. Oh, God. 34 rifle rounds. 75 shotgun shells. And 111 handgun bullets. And a big old pipe. Okay, well, what just happened? Did you just see the textures around the door just change just now as I approached? Or am I hallucinating? But whatever. Wish me luck, chat. I think I'm gonna need it. I have a feeling I'm gonna be in for a real tough time.
James!
Hey, Mary.
Leave her alone. Leave us both the hell alone.
My God, this music. This was it, chat. This is what he was saving all his emotion throughout the entire game for. Hit this one moment. You don't even get to see the wind-up for the spear penetration. Come on, man. This is a mature rated game, isn't it? You can show some violence.
I know what you are. I know why I needed you.
He looks angry.
But it's all over now.
With that posture of his.
I don't need you anymore.
Yeah, here's the stuff we saw from the trailers.
I'm ready.
Okay. See how this goes. Whoa! Whoa! Shit! Screw up my timing on that Oh shit! Oh. Ah! Oh God! Supplies. Better than I thought. Oh God. They have it out for me, man. They have it out for me. Done? I like how they walk away from me only to then start charging right back at me again for the cutscene and then to do this. And did you just see a blood spurt go right through their helmets? Even though you don't actually see the spear tip go through the helmets. The blood splatter clipped through the helmets. Okay, that kind of kills the mood a little bit. Destroy what you don't need. Obsolete. I'm sorry, but the blood clipping through their helmets kind of killed it for me. And I used surprisingly little shotgun shells, turns out. Well, then I guess Maria doesn't really stand a chance. Thinking about it now. Not even a Buster Sword. Censorship in full throttle. Yeah, I agree with you there. Also, that scream was 5 out of 10. Almost sounds like he was constipated when he screamed. I just like the script change here. Yeah. Definitely prefer the original over this too. But is that really a surprise to any of you at this point? Betrayal here fits the cinematic fight, but prefer the older one. Fight was pretty dope though here in the remake. Yeah, the fight itself, yeah, I will admit with the new combat system, it definitely is an improvement from the original, where in the original all you really had to do was just dash from corner to corner and then just take pot shots at the pyramid heads, counting down an invisible timer until eventually they just off themselves. Like, especially on the hard mode version of the original game, that fight, it can be a real fucking chore to get through. Even if you use a few particular cheese strategies to try to speed it up. That is definitely, yeah, because the final boss fights in the original game, especially for the hard mode, were horribly off balance. So they just dragged on a lot longer than they need to, along with their damage output, along with the damage that you inflict on them. I will give credit to the remake here for the double pyramid head boss fight. This fight felt like it went on exactly as long as it needed to, especially given I was using shotgun shells the entire time. And they were able to keep the fight dynamic enough between me trying to manage dodging and moving around the two pyramid heads to where it felt tense in a fun way. So I'll give props to Blooper. They actually managed to make the double pyramid head fight here a lot better than the original on a pure mechanical level. I will not take that from them, if nothing else. I just wish I could say the same though when it comes to everything else surrounding the fight. That's the issue I have here. The scene leading up to it and everything, the tone it sets compared to the original. If not for that, I would say the fight itself is easily an improvement over the original. Hands down. But anyway, we got one last fight to go now. But before we do that, I'm going to take one last bathroom break. And then once I do, we're heading for the end game. For real this time. And I'll be real curious to see what ending I get. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. So, we got the eggs. We got the scarlet and the rust-colored eggs. Again, I really wish the flavor text from the original was kept, because I would have loved to hear James's thoughts and you know, examining their corpses. Hell, I would have liked to have heard his thoughts on a lot of things throughout our journey, but well, they're not trying to emulate classic survival horror adventure gameplay, now are they? So, in the original version of the game, on my first playthrough, I went through the rust-colored egg door after setting the eggs. Purely on gut instinct, of course, because I had no idea what these eggs represented at the time during my first playthrough. So we're going through the rust-colored door. Hey, they kept the door of the face here. And look at that. This door looks remarkably okay compared to the rest of the hotel. We're close to the ending, buddy. That we are. We got Mary and Eddie. The rust-colored one is Eddie. Fitting. Actually, it's the scarlet-colored egg that symbolizes Eddie, because Eddie is the newest blood that James sheds while he's here in town, whereas Mary is the person that he killed before arriving in Silent Hill, which is symbolized by the rust-colored egg. Oh yeah, I didn't catch that. There's also the fact that I think that the eggs are also in reference to Mary and Maria, with Maria also symbolizing the scarlet egg as well. So the eggs have a double meaning, I believe. Both in regards to the people that James kills and when, and also representing Mary and Maria. How are they going to handle the hallway scene? How
What
are
do
they?
you want, James? Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already. Look at me. I'm disgusting.
Where's James's lines?
Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway.
Are you going to say anything, James?
It'd be easier if they just killed me. But I guess the hospital's making a nice profit off of me. Why are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James. Wait. Please. Don't go. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not gonna die. Help me.
Game hitched there for a second. Why did they cut out James's responses? He doesn't say much in the original conversation, but he still said something in response to her. What the hell? And now that I think about it, where was the recording between James and the doctor that you could find in the reading room in the original? Why did they cut that out? I feel like that, yeah, it's a bit of content you could easily miss if you're not careful, but it's still very important content because it showed where James got the idea for why she died 3 years ago, allegedly, before he showed up in town, when the truth is, she died like maybe a week ago at the most. The conversation between James and Mary's doctor basically went along the lines of James being shocked, then outraged that the doctor would be unable to do anything to cure Mary of her illness, and because she's going to die. And towards the end of the conversation, James just weakly asks the doctor how long does she have to live, and the doctor isn't sure. He says 3 years at most, maybe 6 months. And that right there, that 3 years from the comment from the doctor, was where James got the idea subconsciously before his whole journey started. That Mary died 3 years ago. Because from a certain point of view, James in his mind is not wrong. Because if Mary had that disease for 3 years, for 3 whole years before he eventually finally snapped and killed her before coming to Silent Hill, then 3 years ago was when the Mary that he knew, the Mary that he loved, the Mary that was healthy and didn't mistreat him, or it was healthy. That's when that Mary died, and he was left with a Mary that was anything but the woman that he originally fell in love with. And then he spent that entire duration taking care of essentially what this sickly woman that just constantly took him for granted, mistreated him, verbally abused him during her mood swings. Because, I mean, you gotta also keep in mind that, you know, she was struggling with her own mortality during that whole saga too. So, of course, she was going to be emotionally unstable. And she ended up taking out most of her frustrations on James. And it took its toll on him. Until eventually he just couldn't take it anymore. But the important thing is that conversation between James and Mary's doctor was what planted the idea of 3 years in James's head. That was a very important bit of information that you could have stumbled across that would have cleared that particular mystery up. So unless it's gonna show up here, like literally the last minute somehow, then where the hell is it? Why did they cut that out? Think you missed it, perhaps. I don't think I did. I think I checked every room thoroughly, all the way up here, and the only thing I found was that tape recording of the demonic-sounding doctor, and he was talking to James directly, as though he was speaking in the present tense. That was the only tape recorder I found. I don't think I missed it. If I did, then I'll eat my own hat, gladly. But if it's not here, but if I didn't miss it and it's actually gone, then again, I gotta ask, why did they cut it? Oh, it's dark. This is definitely a big difference from the original, because it was actually, well, oh, shape forces the mind. 26. Yeah, again, if I just missed it somehow, then I'll be happy to admit that I'm wrong about my current assumption that they cut it out. I want to be wrong, because considering how important that bit of exposition is to the plot. But I really hope they didn't cut it out. I really hope they didn't. That'd be so stupid. Another point in the remake's favor, you can actually run up the steps for these stairs without constantly stuttering in your movements. Because James, for some freaking reason in the original, couldn't keep a steady pace as he ran up these steps. I think it was some kind of weird little bug or something, or I don't know. Oh, now it's well lit. Shame about James. There's just less of him in this game compared to the OG. Yeah, I know. Yet another thing I can't help but be a little critical of. Alright. Final boss.
Mary? I have missed you so much.
I've missed you too.
Wait.
We can finally be together.
Wait, is it actually Mary?
Forever.
No.
James. Honey. What's wrong?
I'm sorry. I know you tried,
James, please.
but she's gone. I know that now,
Stop it.
and I can't just keep pretending.
Shut up!
Oh, so it is
What do you
Maria.
want? Do you even know anymore? I'm yours. I'm here for you. So what if I'm not her?
Because you're not her.
I can give you what she never could. I can be better than her. What else do you want me to be? What else can I be?
I am so sorry, Maria. I really am. But this has to stop. It's time to let it go.
No.
What?
I won't let you do this to me. I won't let you go. I can't!
Okay, I guess it's not too dissimilar from her. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, what the hell? She can teleport? Well, okay, that's definitely a new trick. There you are. God damn it. Hold still. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna bring out the big gun for this one. Why the hell not? Why hold back at this point? Damn it, James, could you at least run while you heal? form from... Is that the spire form from the Boston hospital? Flesh lips? Anyway, yeah, I guess they gave her a second form. She's right on top of me. Where is she? Come on, lady, show yourself. Ah! Whew. Come to Papa. Where are you? Keep this up forever. I got a whole armory's worth of ammunition. I can keep this up all day. Hey, that's quite the... Oh, hey, there's healing items. Oh, shit! Grab it, grab it, grab it! Go down, go down!
James. James. James.
Good night.
Mary.
Hey, handsome.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I told you. I wanted the pain to end.
Yeah. You did. But that's not why I did it. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
If that's true, then why do you look so sad?
She actually sounds like the OG Mary in this scene.
Mary.
It's okay, James. Here.
What is this?
It's what you've been looking for.
Did I get the leave ending?
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you to come and see me. But you never do. So, I wait. Wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. I wish I could change that, but I can't.
Something you never forgive me for?
I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it is. The doctor came today. Told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this could be my last chance. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I missed you so much.
but I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Every time you come to see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me. Maybe I just disgust you. I'm so sorry. When I first learned I was gonna die, I couldn't accept it. I was so angry. I struck out at everyone I loved. Especially you. And that's why I understand if you hate me. But I want you to know, I will always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. Which means that as you're reading this, I'm already dead. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. So that you remember me for who I was. And not what the disease made me. I want you to go on. I want you to live. For yourself. And for others.
What the hell?
Like you did for me.
They changed some of
James.
it.
You made me happy.
They changed parts of the letter towards the end. What? Making peace. Reach the leave ending. They changed some stuff to the ending portion of the letter. I don't think I'm imagining it. Hold on. I'm gonna look the original up. Got the original right here. I'll read it after we get through the credits, when everything quiets down a bit. So, looks like history has repeated for me. The leave ending was the very first ending I ever got in the original Silent Hill 2 as well. The very first one I got. more things change, the more they stay the same, it would seem. At least when it comes to me. The whole way through I was playing, I was wondering, what did they change in regards to the way in which they tally points that determines which ending you get compared to the original? Because how the original works, in terms of what ending you get is largely dependent on how you played throughout the entirety of your playthrough in the original game. So you could do like a sequence of different actions all throughout, and the game will tally points towards very specific endings. And depending on what that invisible score is, it will essentially determine which ending that you get on your first playthrough in the original. And it would be between 3 different possible endings that you could get: the Leave ending, the in-water ending, and the Maria ending. With any other endings that you can get afterward being New Game Plus exclusives, such as the Rebirth ending, the UFO ending, the dog ending, and so on. For example, if you want to be more inclined to getting the in-water ending, you have to play the game extremely recklessly, such as not keeping James's health topped off, and keeping James's health topped off and constantly in the red all throughout, looking at Angela's knife quite a bit, and certain other little invisible triggers that you can trigger throughout the game that could potentially indicate that James, and by extension the player, is extremely reckless with their lives and possibly even expressing suicidal tendencies. And if you express enough of those throughout the playthrough, along with any other invisible triggers that would give you points toward the in-water ending, you would get the in-water ending for the original game. For repeat playthroughs, you can even find an optional little memo in the apartment section that could basically give you hints on how to get the other endings intentionally, if you wanted to. So as I was playing throughout this whole thing, I was thinking in the back of my mind that the developers at Blooper probably were fully aware of. Hey, there they are, hit detection. I'll talk about them. I'll talk about them a little later. But yeah, I was wondering how they would adjust the point system. Assuming that's because I'm assuming they kept it. They had to have. And if they did, I just can't help but wonder what changes they could have potentially made to it that could end up potentially determining what ending you're likely to get on a first playthrough, without knowing how any of it worked beforehand. And I was wondering by the time I got to the hospital section, how many points I may have been potentially gathering for one specific ending or another. Was I getting? Because I didn't think I was getting any points for the Maria ending. Because I pretty much played exactly how I remembered playing the first time around on the first Silent Hill 2, all the way back in the day. That was basically that was my modus operandi throughout this whole playthrough. Remembering how I played the original game the first time around, and then just playing it accordingly. And I had no idea if it would end up making me get the Leave ending for this version of the game, or if it would get me for the in-water ending, or something else entirely. I had no idea what would happen. For sure. But part of me is kind of pleased, though, to see that I managed to get the same exact ending I got the first time around as well. In spite of not knowing how the system works this time around. Turned out just simply playing exactly how I remember playing the very first time around in the original was what allowed me to make history repeat itself. So I would assume based on that they probably didn't change too much when it comes to the ending point system. I'm gonna look it up now that I've completed the game and everything, so I can understand how it actually works. All right, so what does chat say? MF, they show you the cut alley from the original in this ending sequence. Yeah, I actually think, now that you mention it, they did show that, didn't they? Hey, I'm getting a different ending track right now. Yeah, these ending OSTs are totally fine. From what I'm hearing, they sound identical enough to the originals, and they sound fine on their own. I don't really have any real criticisms towards those. Damn shame they removed the ending screen stat music. Pianissimo epilogue. Damn shame the World Madness is gone too. Yeah, what happened to those? Those were great tracks. The serotonin that you would get upon hearing those tracks every time you complete the game, it was just like the chef's kiss. Read from "You're Just Not That Girl," man, in my messages. Yeah, Maria was just not to marry. That's pretty much how I saw her. Alright, so let's see what my stats are. Combat Challenge Standard, I got the Leave ending. 1 out of 8 endings total, so they definitely added some new endings, for sure. Total time playing, over 22 hours. It took me over 22 hours to beat this thing. Holy shit. How did they take a game that it took me like maybe 8 hours tops, beating it for the very first time in the original, and that was me going at a very leisurely pace. It was probably closer to like 7.5 hours, if I remember right. Being it the very first time around. How did they manage to bloat this game up to 22 hours? Now, granted, some of this, you could probably add an hour or two to this being entirely my own fault, because I had to do a lot of backtracking because I failed several spot checks all throughout. Like, for example, that key on the couch I found in the apartment in the hotel. Failed to notice that the first time, so I spent a good chunk of time looking around for that. So yeah, so you could probably shave off like an hour or two, maybe an hour and a half from my completion time here with that stuff in mind, but if not for those moments, it's still over 20 hours. 431 consumables. Holy shit. And 58 notes picked up. Someone tells me I did not get them all. Number of times tried to open locked doors, 467. Number of times checked the map, 876. The map is my best friend. Total enemies, 360 enemies killed! In Silent Hill 2! Holy shit! You see, this number right here is perfectly emblematic of one of my biggest criticisms of this game compared to the original, is how action heavy it is compared to the original, because they constantly just throw enemies at you. Their weapon was to steal pipe. Number of dodges performed. Oh my god, exactly 1,111 dodges. 1111. You've gained access to New Game Plus, where you can play with access to additional items, graphic modes, and endings. Hey, look! Tile screen changed. You said graphic modes, so... what are you talking about exactly? Oh, here? So we got 90s, which... yeah, the 90s things does not make sense to me, because this game the original game came out in 2001. What the hell are they going on about with this? Pixelate 256. That's got... Okay, that just makes it look like some of these retro-esque indie games. That could look ugly. Black and white. That might actually be interesting to look at. I'll replete playthrough whenever I can summon the willpower to play this again, which will probably be a while. Black and white versus red. Okay, so it makes the save squares red. Okay. VHS. Old CRT. That might be fun to check out. Outlines plus posterize. That looks ugly. It looks like a Telltale game. Green LUT. I feel stupid for asking this, but what's an LUT? Either way, the green filter, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Resident Evil 5's green filter. Kind of looks like that to me. And red, that could probably hurt my eyes after a while. I would probably not play with this. And colorblind mode. Well, good news is I'm not colorblind, so... Well, actually, wait, this is just the accessibility settings. Alright. If there's nothing here as far as bonuses or options or anything like that is concerned, I'm just going to go ahead and close the game out. Alright. So, the actual gameplay segment of this thing is finally done, but we're not quite done with this stream yet. Because we're going to be looking up the other endings. Because if it's going to take me anywhere near as long to get through the whole game again, just to see one other ending and then just rinse and repeat, I mean, yeah, no. Look, I do not have the time or the patience right now to subject myself to a repeat run of this game, okay? 22 hours on a first run for a remake of a game that was once upon a time anywhere from 6 to 8 hours on a first run for the average player. No, that's too much even for me. Especially right now. I'm gonna need to wait a while before I even seriously think about entertaining the idea of playing this for a bit. But I'm going to basically do what I did with Signalis earlier this year, and I'm just going to look up the other endings for the game. So that way I can compare and contrast them to the originals and see what I think about them, and then after that, my feelings on the game as a whole. So without further ado... No clue. It reminds me of those PS2 games where everything is green. Yeah, like I said, that green filter I was looking at reminded me of the green filter that they applied to Resident Evil 5. Alright, try to find a video with the speech before the ending. Okay, the speech before the ending one. I remember you mentioning that. The one from Help Me, Leon, right? That was the one that you told me about last time?
Anytime you do something new, it could be a little scary, but also very exciting.
All right, you go away. Nobody wants to hear what you have to say. Glasses mustache man. Think so. All right. Well, let's see what we got. So this is... Okay, so we're already starting with the leave ending, so let's... go through here. Maria defeated in water ending. So let's go here. In water ending. Actually, wait. Did you want me to listen to the speech in the beginning? Wait, it looks like it's just the cutscenes. Hold on. Wait, it doesn't have that? Maybe it's from Dan Allen? Let's check. No, that ain't it. Well, there's this video from Gamersalt where he explains the endings. He's a channel that I tune into once in a while for a few indie games that look remotely interesting for me from time to time. So I don't know, maybe it's him. I don't think it's this one either. Okay, if it's not Gamersalt, then
Silent Hill.
James is a troubled, widowed man who lost his wife 3 years ago to a severe terminal illness, which took months to take her life away.
Does this seem familiar to you, Conkle? This one right here?
In these months, James' wife, Mary, suffered greatly, slowly having her organs shutting down, seeing herself get severely sick and unable to take care of herself. The disease or illness is not specifically mentioned to be what exactly, but by what is implied, it seems to be cancer, which slowly reaches Mary's lungs. As it can be heard, she coughs a lot and struggles to breathe,
I dislike this channel, not into it. Okay, I guess that's a definite no, it's not this guy then. Well, if nothing else, he's good for finding thumbnails that show indie games that may or may not be worth looking into from time to time. I follow a couple other channels like him for much the same reasons, but I don't actually tune in to really watch or listen to much of anything he actually makes these days. Because he's kind of one note. He just basically does summaries of the stories of games, and I don't know. He doesn't have the most engaging narration voice. But whatever. Let's just go with Help Me, Leon. So, okay. So Maria defeated in water ending. So we'd be right here. Okay, so it just cuts to James in the car. But then again, we don't actually see him get in the car in the original for the in-water ending, so this is new.
I miss you so much. I tried. I really did, but I can't. I just can't go on without you. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. this isn't what you would want.
Wait, so you know this isn't what... You straight up acknowledge that in this, and yet you're about to do it anyway?
But I guess it doesn't matter anymore. You're not here. Are you?
Looking towards the back seat. Well, if there was any room for doubt at any point before this that Mary's body was indeed in the back of his car, I guess it's completely unambiguous now.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill.
Oh yeah, that's right. I almost forgot. I was going to read the transcript of the original letter from the original game and compare it to the new one. But you know what? I'll save that for after we get through the endings.
You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did.
I got some pages I can look up and put on the screen when I do.
Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you to come and see me. But you never do. So, I wait. Wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know, I've done a terrible thing to you. I wish I could change that, but I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it is. The doctor came today. Told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this could be my last chance. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I missed you so much. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Every time you come to see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me. Maybe I just disgust you. I'm so sorry. When I first learned I was gonna die, I couldn't accept it. I was so angry. I struck out at everyone I loved. Especially you. And that's why I understand if you hate me. But I want you to know, I will always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. Which means that as you're reading this, I'm already dead. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. So that you remember me for who I was. And not what the disease made me. I want you to go on. I want you to live. For yourself. And for others. Like you did for me. James. You made me happy.
Interesting. Rather than having a final conversation with Mary before she seemingly succumbs to her illness, the vision of Mary that he speaks to, and then carries her out of the room, they just skip that scene altogether. Show him immediately in the car, talking to himself about how he can't go on, knowing that Mary wouldn't want him to do what he was about to do, but doing it anyway because, well, in his words, doesn't really matter anymore because she's not here. She's not there to stop him, so that's what he does. That's what he does. And yet what stands out to me the most is it looks like as though the letter was still in the envelope, which make me wonder if he actually opened it at all and read it at all before deciding to off himself. If that's what that means, assuming I'm not just reading too much into it, then does that add a layer of cowardice to James's actions in the in-water ending? Because after all, he does acknowledge that he knows that killing himself isn't something that Mary would want him to do. And he does it anyway, like I said. So maybe the letter being in the envelope is meant to imply that he didn't read it at all, because deep down he probably knew what it would say. It would say something to that effect, and yet he couldn't bring himself to actually read it. Because if that's what's going on here, then it just makes, all that ends up doing is it makes James even more dismissive of Mary's own feelings in regards to what she would want him to do. And that in turn would make him even more selfish in this version of the in-water ending than he was in the original. So we got this stuff, bits of his conversations with Mary, the doctor, and all that being cut out towards the end. Just leaving his own input, his own thoughts, and all that a complete mystery to the player. It almost feels like as though, and just his different delivery, the different type of character he gives off in general compared to the original. It's almost like they're trying to make him come off as more unsympathetic, but in a more subtle way. If that's not their intention, then I gotta say that certainly is the result I'm starting to feel from this so far when it comes to this version of James compared to the original. Like, don't get me wrong, the original James and the original Silent Hill 2 was far from a saint, especially once you find out what he did. But this one feels even worse somehow. But I don't know. Maybe it's still a bit too early for me to make that judgment. We still got, 6 more endings to sit through? I didn't say anything in regards to my thoughts on the Leave ending, because it more or less, by all appearances, just plays out how it does. I remember it in the original. It just, except for the differences here where James meets Laura in the alleyway and all that, where, they had that confrontation, all that, and then they leave town. I mean, and then they show all the montage and everything of different locations of town that we explore, save for the cut alleyway that you mentioned, Conkle. But functionally speaking, there really isn't much I can really actually say, I feel I can actually say about this version of the Leave ending compared to the original, that I feel is really particularly noteworthy and stands out all that much, other than just, like I said, where Laura and James meet up here and stuff like this. But the in-water ending, though, on the other hand, is definitely the more interesting to discuss because of how much different it plays out compared to the original, if nothing else. But even so, it's pretty interesting how they chose to frame the whole thing in this. And I'll tell you one thing, it definitely paints this version of James, in this ending at the very least, in an even more unfavorable light than he might have already been in the original version of the in-water ending, which for some people might be saying a lot. So, Maria ending. How are they going to change this one, I wonder? More fond of Leave ending. OG James's acting. Sounded like he was going to break down saying, "Hey, do you want my life back?" And Maria would point out in that sweet, nurturing voice of hers, if that were true, then why do you look so sad? You don't see his face during that frame shot, but you could hear it in his voice. You could hear how broken he is. He didn't sound like someone who hated his. He didn't sound like somebody who hated his wife, and he sounded like someone who was deeply regretful of what he did. And Mary saw that and pointed it out to him. But alas, that's not. Again, the tone which James delivers it in this version, I mean, it's pretty consistent, if nothing else, in regards to how he acts throughout the rest of the game, but that's not really to his benefit. But I feel like I'm starting to beat that horse to death at this point on that particular issue.
Mary?
James. I've been waiting. It's been so long. Didn't you want to see me?
Yes, more than anything. You're all I ever wanted.
That's not true, is it?
Mary?
You killed me, James.
Yes. I did. I couldn't bear to see you suffer.
Don't make excuses. I know how you saw me, how you felt. You really hated me. Didn't you?
It's true, I may have had some of those feelings. It was a long 3 years. I was so tired.
I guess I understand. I know I was a burden. wanted a long, happy life.
Okay, they added some stuff.
Something I couldn't give. Can she?
Mary, please, if I could...
No, James. Those were the last precious moments I had. How could I ever forgive you?
They definitely added a few new lines to the conversation leading up to the confrontation with the Mary boss fight. And well, what little they added definitely does a decent job laying thick the guilt trip on James. To its credit, which I mean, given the ending that we're on, is thematically appropriate. So I got no issues there with the additions so far.
James.
And hello, we're cutting to Heaven's Night. Okay, so this is a question. This is a question I had for the original version of this ending, and I feel it bears repeating here. How did James know where to find Maria? He knew where to find Maria at Rosewater Park in the original, and somehow here he knows where to find her at Heaven's Night. Did he gain a Maria sense, kind of like a spider sense, after killing Mary again? My Maria sense is tingling.
What is this?
Is what you've been looking for.
Hold on a second.
Is what you've been.
Is it my imagination, or is her text dialogue tinted slightly red?
What is this?
Okay, look at James's line here on the bottom of the screen, the subtitle. It's white.
Is what you've been.
And look at Maria's. There's a slight red tinge to it.
Been looking for.
I don't think that was in the original. The red tinge, I mean.
Let's go.
And, yeah. James seems even more unrepentant in this whole thing so far than he was in the original too, given how he just casually dismissed the letter like that with that stupid expression on his face, that lopsided grin. I mean, yeah, again, don't get me wrong, the Maria ending in the original, James was a piece of shit in that ending. He absolutely was, but somehow they're finding ways to make him come off even more despicable in this. I'm starting to notice.
do something about that cough.
Okay, so one little criticism here. One other little criticism here. Well, then again, I'm not sure if me noticing the increasingly more blatant attempt at making James appear more unsympathetic here is a criticism yet. I guess I'll save that for after I get through all the endings. But James's final line to Maria in the original came off as very threatening. Like, you could hear the menace in James's voice in the original. Here, though, he sounded a bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Not dismissive, but he sounded more casual about it, I guess, for lack of a better word. I don't know. I think he needed more menace and more clear venom in his voice when he said you better do something about that cough, in order to really drive the point home that history may very well repeat for this man. Deservedly so, but still. It's funny. I just got done a minute ago, just basically saying I'm noticing that the writers for this remake here seem to be playing up James's unsympathetic qualities a bit here more than the original. And here I notice I'm pointing out something that technically makes him come off less of an asshole than in the original, and being critical over it. So. Congrats, Blooper. I guess in this particular instance, at the very least, you're kind of making me feel a bit schizo in regards to how to actually feel about this. And he fails the asshole check on the line. Damn, the James hating train is so hard here. It is definitely starting to become more noticeable compared to the original overall. I'll say that much. I mean, they're not playing it to cartoonish levels, thank God, but again, if you played the original anytime recently and then played this back to back, you can definitely notice some differences here and there. So we're on the rebirth ending now, aka one of the only endings that you can get in a New Game Plus in the original. I do wonder, though, if the requirements for the remake version of this ending are more or less the same as they were in the original, or if they might have potentially added some additional stuff that you gotta hunt for.
James. What's wrong?
Everything! Things are about to get cultish, and I'm gonna need your help.
Aren't you happy to see me?
I'm sorry. I know what you are.
What is it?
I'm sorry. Did you just see that rain droplet that hit Maria's chin right there at that shot? Look at that. Look at this. You see that? Okay, when was this video made? When was this made? Okay, about a year ago. So maybe this is the version of the game before some of the bugs got patched out or something. Maybe. But I still think it's worth pointing out. But then again, I saw the blood spurt from the two Pyramid Heads' helmets as soon as they impaled themselves during my playthrough. So you still got little funny things like this happening, even a year later. So I honestly don't know if this is just a bug or just a plain oversight on the programmers' part. I honestly don't know at this point.
What does it even matter? I am here for you.
And hey, I just noticed that her text is also red in this ending as well. Actually, wait, you know what? I want to check something. Okay, it was red in the Leave ending too. How did I miss that? It's interesting. And Mary's voice.
Mary. It's okay.
Okay, so her text is white in this. All right. All right, I'm sorry. I just wanted to check something. Back to the actual Rebirth ending.
I'm sorry.
My God, that mechanical worry.
I know what you are.
What does it even matter? I am here for you.
You're not her.
She's gone.
Valtiel, is that you in the background cranking those cranks and those valves? Shut up!
And she's not coming back.
There's a way. I can still bring her back.
What? No, that's not true.
But before I do, I need to kill that part of me that still clings to you.
It happened again! On her face! It happened again!
Who the hell do you think you are? You don't get a say in this. Not anymore. Like it or not, I am here now. And I won't let it end like this.
I'm here! I'm demonic! Get used to it! Oh my God, I think I just saw her character model in the boss fight just clip out for a second. Yeah, see? Right there. Oh my God. They probably definitely patched that out, if nothing else. That has to be a bug. Ooh, he's got the chainsaw in this one. Wait a minute. Is that what you hear? In the pre-fight?
Kill that part of me.
No. It's just... No, why would I think that whirring would be a chainsaw? What's wrong with me? Oh my God, I should have checked while I was on the boat to see if I could have actually rowed the boat to that island. Fucking hell.
Mary. You look so peaceful.
I mean, I guess a corpse...
Forgive me for waking you.
I guess a corpse, in a matter of speaking, can be rather peaceful. I mean... They mastered the art of stillness. Stillness is often described as a form of peace, so, you know, I guess it kind of checks out.
But without you, I just can't go on. This town, Silent Hill. The old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them. Power to defy even death.
He didn't sound quite dreamy enough when he said Mary's name. 0 out of 10. Oh, we're at the dog ending now. Okay, so... yeah. Maria definitely comes off more standoffish in this ending. No, I got no real objections there. I mean, this is Maria in the rebirth ending we're talking about here, and James has basically gone off the deep end in a wholly different way at this point, so can't exactly fault her for just calling him out on his shit. But again, the biggest issue I have here is just this doesn't... there's just... it's the music, the framing of the shots and everything just kind of takes away from the creepiness factor from the original. Especially as the camera panned away from the sight of James and Mary's corpse in the boat as they're rowing up to the island, and then eventually out of sight. It just came off as more creepy to me. Here, yeah, there's a bit of creepiness, but not as much as the original. But that could, to be fair, just be a personal preference thing on my part. It's not, because the way they frame this whole thing is not bad, honestly. I just don't think I just think the original is more effective. But I think this is probably the one part of these endings here I could say is probably the most subjective out of all the stuff I've seen so far, to where it could just be a difference of opinion kind of thing that I'd be willing to concede on. You hear that mechanical whirring here, LMAO? Yep, I heard it. I think here lacks the very unsettling creepiness from the OG. Yeah, so you and I are kind of one of mind on this, it seems, Conkle. Well, we're almost through it. We got the dog ending, the UFO ending, and bliss and still endings? I wonder what those are. Well, it's them soon enough. Doggo! Hey, I saw the lost memory thing in the player's inventory. And I think I see the Book of the Crimson Tome down there. The Chalice. And the White Claudia. And some other little drink thing. And the dog key. And hey, I saw the blue gem thing, so that's definitely present for the UFOs. Oh my god, I wonder what the UFO ending is going to be like in this game, because the UFO endings are the one series of endings across all of the Silent Hill games that has the most consistent continuity between all of them. I do wonder, what are they going to do with the UFO ending of this version, I wonder? Because this is a remake of Silent Hill 2, and the UFO ending in the original basically has James be kidnapped by Harry Mason from the first game in his PlayStation 1 model and all. Yeah, they abduct James and take him aboard their UFO in that ending. This is going to be interesting. The UFO ending. I want to see what they do. But first, Doggo. Look at that little boy. Look at him. He's so cute. Please speak Japanese, James. Please speak Japanese. You have a chance to redeem yourself a little bit in my eyes. Remake James. Speak Japanese! It was you all along! Look at his little paws. Oh, he's got the gun trait on him. Wait.
Bokashi.
Yes! Yes! Good boy. Good boy, James. Good boy. You're such a good boy.
Nie. To nie może być prawda.
Bitch, prawda. Lick his nose. Wait, there's no special credit sequence even? They cut out the credit sequence? Okay, I take it back. The positive point I just gave the UFO ending here, for James speaking Japanese and the whole way it plays out, I take it back. You took away my credits. My doggo credits. Fuck you. Bitch. Okay, UFO ending. Maybe you have a chance to redeem yourself again. Come on, impress me. Hello? I hear some noise. It's even got the music from the original. Finally, a lost memory that really feels good. Look up! I see lights! What the hell? What is this? Oh my god. It's the OG James. You're me? I'm the real you, Space James! Space James! No, it can't be! It's true. You've been a clone this whole time. Hey, I believe it! But now it's time to come home. It's time to come home to McDonald's. Oh my god, wow. Finally, all is as it should be! All is as it should be. Mary. Wait, maybe I just had a thought. Maybe the doggo credits actually do exist, but they just cut them out for this video. If the doggo credits actually do exist, then okay, I'll give the point back I was originally going to give to the dog ending. And I'm happy to give a point in the remake for the completely new UFO ending that manages to establish continuity with the original Silent Hill 2 in a very meta way that just feels very surprisingly cathartic. And Space James will be James's true name from now on, as far as I'm concerned. Okay. I'll give props to Bloober Team for the dog endings and the UFO ending for sure. These were great. I have no complaints here about these at all. None whatsoever. I'm being completely serious. Now, we got 2 endings left. Bliss and Still, whatever the hell these are. So what's Bliss ending? White Claudia. Wait, what does that say? Wait, you can get White Claudia? Wait, did I call this the other ball White Claudia just a little bit ago? No, it was some kind of... Wow, that was a mistake on my part, because the white liquid bottle over there on the right is actually called Unknown Liquid, if I remember correctly. So wait, you can actually get White Claudia in this game. Like the actual White Claudia. This will make it all right for a special time, a special place. Oh my god. So this is the shit that Lisa Garland was on. Wait. He dopes out on drugs in this ending? I can hear Sybil Bennett in the back of my mind saying, must be on drugs. And videotape.
Are you taping again? Come on.
I just realized something. There was no Born from a Wish scenario that unlocked after I beat the game. They cut out Born from a Wish? Even though it's been in every single other version of the OG since the very first PS2 original? Why?
I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Promise you'll take me again, James.
I promise.
Come on, we need to finish packing. James, honey, did something happen?
No, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Clone James? Where'd you go? Wait. Did he disappear into the TV? Into the VHS? Oh, they have the panning shot of the television here for the Bliss ending when he's gone, and yet they couldn't bother to do it for the actual in-game scene? What? And there James is forever lost in his own delusions. Well, holy shit. No wonder Lisa Garland was so hooked on that shit. It literally allowed her to travel the dimensions between worlds. Damn. That's impressive. Although I guess I shouldn't be terribly surprised considering it is a drug made from a plant in Silent Hill of all places. So, I mean, yeah. So, on one hand, that's definitely a very trippy ending in a rather literal sense. It's definitely interesting in regards to being a new option that you can potentially get in a way that I guess can potentially thematically fit with the rest of the game. It doesn't feel like an ending that's just tacked on and feels out of place. So I'll give it props for that. But on the other hand, I hate that it had that panning shot of the TV and the chair that they clearly could have kept in the original scene after James watched the VHS tape. It reminded me, again, of what we lost. So screw it for that. So I give it a point and then I take the point away within the same breath, essentially. So we got nothing, strangely enough. All right, one more ending left. Still ending. And it looks like James is in his car again?
I tried. I really did, but I can't go on without you. I can't forgive myself for what I've done.
I know. What's wrong, honey?
I miss you so much. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
It's okay.
Will you wait for me?
James. I've always been waiting for you.
I heard something. Right as the screen cut to black. It sounds like the car door opening. That was definitely a car door opening. That was definitely a car door opening. He continues living with his guilt, but waits until death for Mary. Is that what happens? So this is a variant of the in-water ending, but rather than fully go through with it, it's implied that he gets out of the car at the last minute and drives the car along with Mary's corpse into the lake. So he gave her a burial in this one? He gives Mary a watery grave. I must confess, as I was watching this, when James broke down, I genuinely felt some emotion. Not enough to start tearing up, but holy shit. James's VA, James, the character himself, this was probably the most human I've seen him in the entire game. And ironically enough, in a lot of ways, between the two versions of Silent Hill 2, what kind of black magic did Bloober Team channel when making this ending? I say that as a form of praise, believe it or not. This thing basically acts as like a fusion or in between the leave ending and the in water endings, essentially, where James gives Mary a proper burial. He expresses that he can't forgive himself for what he done, and yet Mary, or a vision of her at least, assures him, that, she forgives him and she'll be waiting for him. So James lives, but he has to live with the guilt of what he did. But he still lives all the same. And he still gave Mary a proper burial. I'm not gonna lie. I think this ending right here is not only my favorite ending out of this whole remake, but probably also my favorite Silent Hill 2 ending, period, now. Because it takes everything I like about the Leave and In Water endings, the elements from both those endings I do like, and how they thematically fit and how they mesh with the thematic elements of the story, combine them in a way that just, strangely enough, feels like a best of both worlds kind of thing. Where if you're not particularly leaning towards one particular ending or another, you have this option, and even if you did like one ending or another, for whatever reason, this is still a good one too. But what sells it for me was James breaking down the way he did, and his conversation with Mary in this scene. I have no complaints. I'm honestly kind of shocked how good this ending was. Gave me a bit of tears than the whole rest of the game. Yeah. Again, I mean, it wasn't enough to get tears to form in my eyes, but I felt sadness. Genuine sadness. I really did. This ending actually got me to be a little emotional. And ironically enough, it's because of how the scene was directed, it was shot, how it was framed, shot, James's facial expressions, his tears, and the voice actor's delivery. It was all perfectly done, actually. Which is why I'm honestly confused. Where was this effort? Where was the effort that they put into this ending here for so much of the rest of the game? I'm confused, flabbergasted. And yeah, this ending right here, honestly, I feel like now I think about it, also perfectly sums up a lot of my frustration with this remake. Is because despite all the criticisms I've given this remake, especially towards the later half, I'm still willing to admit that there is some genuinely good stuff about the remake that it does, from some of its environmental storytelling to some of its music, environment design in general, presentation, and other things of that nature, and a few of the story bits that they do add that I feel like actually add something meaningful to the original plot, and the new bits of lore that they add to the locations you explore. There is some genuine good stuff about this remake that makes it that is good on its own, and I feel also could make for good additions to the original. But there's also so much about it that just weighs it down for me to where it just basically brings what was originally a 9 out of 10 game for me and brings it down to a 6 or a 7 overall. The pacing and the overemphasis on combat and just bloating out the game's runtime every single which way that they can, from how they expand the levels and the levels all throughout the game to ridiculous degrees, especially by the end. I was really starting to feel it by the time I got to the Brookhaven hospital section, and ever since then, it just kept gradually piling on. The hotel, yeah, it was expanded for sure, definitely. But it didn't feel like it was expanded as much as all the previous levels were. Where was the restraint that they showed for why couldn't they show that same level of restraint for the rest of the game like they did with the hotel? They didn't really need to expand on all these different locations that much. All they really would need to do is just remix the layout a little bit. They didn't have to go as far as they did in order to pad out the game's runtime. And that's really the biggest issue. That's hands down, just from a gameplay perspective, the biggest issue I have with this game is just how bloated it is. How bloated and much of a slog it is compared to the original, which had really good pacing overall, especially compared to this. And then as for all the story bits, I have extremely mixed feelings on from start to finish. I mean, again, I've been commenting on all those things the whole way through from start to finish. There's some stuff I like I said, but there's also a lot of things I didn't like. So much so to where overall, I would say that at least definitely on the story front and the gameplay front, this game feels like a downgrade to the original overall. And yet I still see these little nuggets of good ideas, of good little additions that they make to the game through this remake that shows me that there is a skeleton of a good remake here of Silent Hill 2. Like, there's something here that if it was refined better, if it was handled differently in this area and that area, this could have been a great remake, potentially. And yet that's not what we got. What we got was just a filibuster version of Silent Hill 2. They just turned into a goddamn filibuster with just acting and changed acting and story sequences and all that were more of a miss than hit a lot of the time. More misses than hits a lot of the time. At least for me. But then, with the Stillness ending I just watched, it was just such a huge hit for me that it just blows my mind that this actually was part of the same game I just got done playing. I wanted to like this game. I really, really wanted to like this game. I honestly to God did. But I gotta be honest, there is just so much there's just so much I take issue with it, to where it just brings it down from what was originally a 9 out of 10 game for me, the original Silent Hill 2, and brings it down to a 7 or 6, somewhere in between that for me. It's not a bad game on its own, but as a remake to Silent Hill 2, it leaves a lot to be desired. And that's probably greatly underselling it as far as my personal feelings go. I don't know. I wish there was an option. It's moments like these where I wish there was an option on Steam to where you could give games a mixed review. But alas, it's only positive or negative, and I mean, I get why they have it the way it is in that regard, but this is honest to God a game that I feel really sits somewhere close to the middle for me in regards to it being a good game. Well, it being a good... it's a good game on its own, but as a remake, the issues I have with it bring it down to where it's somewhere in the middle for me in regards to how I feel about it in terms of likability, especially compared to the original, if that makes any sense. So, it's one of those games to where you would probably get the most out of it, ironically enough, from the gameplay over the story, compared to how the original handled the story. But even then, I've had a lot of my issues come from the gameplay. This is really hard for me to describe how I feel about this game. Coming out of it now, fresh out of it. It's really complex. I don't really know how to describe it other than it's just the definition of a mixed bag for me. Overall. Especially when you compare it to the original. There's good. There's good elements. Yes, I will not deny those, but there's also a lot of bad elements that when I look at the general reception that this game has on the Steam page and other things of that nature. Why is this thing reset? I look at this right here for the all reviews and see it at holding at overwhelmingly positive 95%. Out of over 33,000 reviews total for over a year, however long that this game's been out. And I look at this in confusion as to how this game could have an overwhelming, not only a very positive reception, but an overwhelmingly positive reception overall. Yeah, it's not the worst modern game of its type I played in recent memory, to be fair, but it overwhelmingly positive? This has to be because people are giving it positive reviews because it's a remake of Silent Hill 2. It has to be this. Otherwise, this just does not make any sense to me. Because I feel like this game has a lot of issues going forward on the gameplay front and the story and presentation compared to the original, to where it should not have this kind of reception, I feel. And yet here it does. This, honest to God, does not make sense to me. I'm not trying to throw shade at people. I'm not trying to throw shade necessarily at people here. I'm just confused. Because I just got done playing it. There's even people whose reviews I looked at back in the day who played this thing who said that they had issues with it, yes, but there was still enough positive going for it to still give it a shot. And ultimately, I generally agree with that sentiment. But how does this thing have overwhelmingly positive reviews? Even now, to this day. And the only conclusion I can come to is it's probably just because it's a remake of Silent Hill 2. I can't come to any other conclusion. I don't know, man. Maybe they gave this part to some team from the main guys. Said team over-delivered and dunked on the rest of the team. Oh, well, you mean the stillness ending? Yeah, clearly. Again, I'm shocked at how good that ending was compared to basically the rest of the game. Can't lie, love the twin pyramid head fight. Out of all the fights, really, mostly agree with you. Well, I mean, hey, if there's one thing I feel like this game is starting to prove to me, it's definitely one of those games that's going to definitely, I'm saying definitely a lot. I'm repeating my words again. It's going to probably for several years to come, even still, for all I know, be very divisive in regards to what people feel towards this game in regards to its positive and negative qualities. Maybe it's because it's a year is still too fresh in people's minds. But it's not like I see very many people talking about this game a year later on YouTube either. So maybe people collectively just forgot about this thing already and are already long since focused on the next big thing because, you know, modern consumer culture and all that. But I genuinely question what kind of staying power this thing is going to have compared to the original game and what people are going to be saying about it overall several years down the road from now. But, yeah, I mean, I would be inclined to get into wider discussions with people about this thing, but I still remember leading up to this game's release, seeing YouTube discussion pages on comment sections, on trailers and all that, the kind of almost cultish attitude that people displayed towards this thing, writing this thing off like it was going to be the next best thing since sliced bread, weeks before it even came out. When more and more trailers started to show, I saw comment sections for this thing all over the place back then turn into an absolute landmine, where there were people who, myself included, that were rightfully skeptical of how well this thing was going to actually deliver compared to the original. And yet those people would get chewed out viciously by the people that were glazing this thing. So much so to where it ended up souring my mood towards this whole thing even before it came out. Which was another reason why I waited as long as I did to finally get around to playing this, because I also wanted the hype for this thing to die down. So hopefully, if I cover this and if I somehow manage to get a surprising amount of attention towards myself covering it, that the people I could end up talking to about this game would be able to have a much more level-headed discussion with me about what they like about it, what they don't like, whether they agree with any of my sentiments or disagree. Because I just wasn't in the mood to deal with crazy fanboys that will just tear me apart and just maliciously misrepresent every little thing I say. When I would honest to God just try to have an honest discussion with them about concerns I have about the game, issues I have with how they do certain things compared to the original, etc., etc. Anyway, I said that I was going to read a little transcript of the original letter. Mary's letter. So let me pull that up real quick, because it's getting late for me. So I want to wrap this up. So I'm going to just point this last thing out, and anything else I have to say about the game afterward, I'll just save it for personal discussions either on the Discord server or wherever else. Any of you guys in chat may want to talk to me about this kind of thing. Because, yeah, I also got work tomorrow, so I can't afford to stay up too much later. I need to get ready for bed. So let me just pull up the letter, both versions of it. Script. Because I noticed that they changed some things in Mary's letter, especially towards the end. And here are the pages I found that shows the two versions. On the Silent Hill Wiki, we have this version right here from the original game. And here on Reddit, we have the remake version. Oh, is it me, or are there really 20 viewers here? 19 currently, and I gotta say, this is definitely a big turnout for me as far as viewer numbers go. Not that I'm complaining. But I mean, hey, maybe you guys really wanted to see how this whole thing ended, and what I'd end up thinking about it. In which case, well, I hope that if nothing else, my final playthrough of this thing end up entertaining you guys. I really truly mean that. So, here is the letter that we just read from the remake. I know we just covered it several times now, looking over the endings, but let me just go ahead and read it one last time. In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you, to come and see me. But you never do. So I wait, trapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. I wish I could change that, but I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it is. The doctor came today, Told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I missed you so much. Missed you much. I missed you much. Or I think you mean to say so much. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Every time you come to see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm so sorry. When I first learned that I was going to die, I couldn't accept it. I was so angry I struck out at everyone I loved, especially you. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know, I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. Well, this letter's gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. Yeah, right here is where the big changes come into play for the whole letter. Right here, they cut out a few bits of some of the lines, and they cut out a couple lines entirely. But you'll see what I mean in just a second. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon, so that you remember me for who I was, and not for what the disease made me. I want you to go on. I want you to live, for yourself and for others, like you did for me. James, you made me happy. So keep this particular paragraph right here in mind. The original letter from the original game. In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised me you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you to come to see me, but you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you, something you'll never forgive me for. They cut out this line right here. This is the first cut line from the letter in the remake. Something you'll never forgive me for. All it said in the remake version is, I know I've done a terrible thing to you. I don't know why they cut this out here, because this further cements Mary's knowledge that she seriously mistreated James by lashing out at him over the course of her illness. It just downplays her own complicity in their relationship falling apart as she was basically dying in the hospital. It kind of feels like it takes away some of the onus on her. So there's that line right here, but continuing on. I wish I could change that, but I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Here's another thing that they cut out from the remake. They took out the waiting for you part. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here. Because even when she feels at her absolute lowest, as she's at this part of the letter, she communicates to James that even at her lowest points, she is waiting for him, for her husband, for the man that she loves, to come and see her. Probably because for all we know, he might be the only person that's doing it. We don't know about Mary's family or anything like that, if they're in the picture or not. All we know is that at her absolute lowest point, even when she feels so pathetic and ugly lying around, stewing in her own illness, she's still waiting for James. So why take this out? Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. They also cut this out here entirely. I don't know. I can't for the again. It's another little thing that further addresses James in a very personal manner, referencing the implications behind why her doctor is allowing her to come home despite not getting better. I don't know why they cut this out, because it just seems like a very harmless thing to even cut out or change at all. And it also further just sells the point that, oh shit, this might be it. So, James, I think you know what this means, what I mean. And it downplays the severity of what she's saying in the letter when they cut this out. It's not the most egregious thing about the changes, I feel, for me, by any stretch, but I still feel like it's worth mentioning. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come to see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Excuse me. Here's another thing they cut out. We've had some wonderful years together. It's obvious what this is alluding to. They had a loving, caring, and happy relationship together for who knows how long before Mary got sick. This was meant to highlight that they had a relationship that Mary herself felt was worth remembering, in spite of how it and her life by extension was coming to an end. So why cut this out? Why cut this line out? Again, it just downplays the emotional weight of the original letter. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. Here is where the big changes I noticed from the remake line really started to stand out to me and bother me. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. This is Mary saying to James that she knows that given how she treated him leading up to her writing that letter, she knows that James has she feels that James has no obligation to remember her after how the relationship soured the way she did before she died. But even despite that, she cared so much about James and what he thought of her that she can't help but be honest with him and say to him that she can't bear the idea that she would forget him. Forget her. Because this was her husband, the man that she loved more than anyone. She wanted James to remember her fondly and undoubtedly remember her the fond years that they had together too. Not the sad state of affairs in which the whole thing ended up ending on. She wanted to be a positive note in James's life that he could look back on, regardless of what he decided to do with his life from that point onward. These last few years since I became ill, I'm so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. She's once again apologizing for how the relationship that she treasured so much with her husband ended up dying the way that it did. And so as a final goodbye, she basically acknowledges that James gave her so much, and yet she felt like she hadn't been able to return a single thing. Undoubtedly, especially by the end, when she's had probably been spending years lashing out at him over her illness. So that's why she ends the letter by saying, "That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James." She wants James, in spite of everything, in spite of wanting to be wanting him to remember her, to ultimately do what is best for him, what will make him happy, because because more than anything, on her deathbed, that's what Mary wanted to convey to James more than anything, is that she wanted James to be happy, even though their life had to, together as a couple, had ended up end the way it did, even though he would end up losing her. In spite of that incoming loss, in spite of all the pain and misery that was inflicted between the both of them, on James in particular, she wanted him to be happy. In the very end, she cared about his happiness over her own, over anybody else's. His happiness. Because she loved him. Which she affirms one final time by saying, "James, you made me happy. You made me happy." Earlier in the letter, she acknowledges that she feels deep in her heart that James has every reason to want to move past her after how the relationship ended, and yet she can't help but be honest and beg for and communicate that she can't bear the thought that he would actually go through with wanting to just forget her because of how much he means to her. And yet, despite that feeling, despite that admission, she made it clear more than anything, right at the very end, that she ultimately wanted James to be happy. Now we go back to the remake letter. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. This is where the changes really diverge from the original letter. So it ends right here. That means as you read this, I'm already dead. Right here. All this here is where the remake letter diverges from the original. So keep all this in mind as we go back to the remake letter. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. So that you remember me for who I was and not for what the disease made me. I want you to go on. I want you to live for yourself and for others. Like you did for me. So, right here, she can't help but add this little line lamenting about herself and her own condition, hoping that the pain will end soon. Even though this is supposed to be a final farewell letter to her husband, acknowledging and saying the most important things that she could hope to say to another person before she passes on. Because this letter is only supposed to show up in James's hand after Mary herself is already dead, which she acknowledges as much even in this version of the letter right here in the line before this one. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. So moving on, so that you remember me for who I was, and not for what the disease made me. I want you to go on, I want you to live, for yourself and for others, like you did for me. Who cares about the for others part? For others is not James. That's really my biggest issue with this whole thing. You're supposed to be making a final farewell letter to your husband. Adding the for others bit and the that's okay, I'm not afraid of it anymore, I just hope the pain will end soon. And the way in which they changed the wording for this line here, so that you remember me for who I was and not for what the disease made me. Yeah, it communicates the same general idea in regards to the cut line where we've had so many wonderful years together. It's still trying to get the same sentiment across, but it does it. But the way it's worded and in conjunction with all the rest of this bit right here just makes it almost feel like a bit of an afterthought, for lack of a better description. My biggest issue with this portion of the letter right here and how they changed it was they made it far less personal between herself and James. And she ended up waxing a bit poetic about her own state when she's supposed to be writing a letter that was supposed to, for all intents and purposes, be both a final farewell and a giant letter of apology to the person that she felt like she hurt the most. I'm so sorry that I've done all these terrible things to you and our relationship, which I know meant so much to you. And as you read this very letter in which I'm doing that, I'm already dead. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. Like, is it me, or does that come across as wrong to you? And then again, also bringing in the for others bit here. When the original portion of the letter was just so much more personal and directed solely at James and his emotional well-being and his alone. It makes the thing feel less personal, less emotionally impactful. I can't for the life of me figure out why they changed this portion of the original letter into this. All the other little differences from the original I pointed out here, yeah, they're minor annoyances in the grand scheme of things. But they were worth pointing. I felt they were worth pointing out. But it's this portion of the letter right here that I have the biggest issue with, because of how I feel it just downplays the emotional weight from what the rest of the letter is trying to convey to James, how it was originally conveyed in the original. Does that make any sense? It robs the emotional impact from the original letter by taking away some of the little lines I pointed out all throughout, and then changing this entire section right here. Yeah, you got the little James you made me happy bit at the very end, but this doesn't hit as hard because all this right here is missing. All this, which is far more personal to James, it's gone. Instead, it's largely replaced by, I'm no longer afraid of death anymore. I hope the pain ends soon, and do what's best for you and others, James. Again, who gives a fuck about others? This is supposed to be a letter from you to James, a final farewell. Who gives a shit about others? I don't know. Maybe some of you guys might feel differently to me about this, but again, I'm just gonna repeat myself. But I whatever. I think I got the point across, right? All my criticism, all the things I take issue with here, from how they changed the letter, especially in this final little paragraph here, and this. They changed the emotional meaning and the weight of the most important, perhaps the most important bits of the original letter into whatever this is. And once again, I ask, why? Why change this? What was it about all this that somebody on Blooper Team, or maybe Hit Detection, the freaking consultancy company that worked on this game, saw fit to change this portion of the letter and just make it lose so much of its original emotional impact? I guess at least as far as this stream goes, again, I can save more in-depth discussions about Silent Hill 2 Remake for other times, either on the channel's Discord server or other places. If you guys want to talk to me about this thing at length, in a more proper setting later on. But I'll end the stream by just saying this. I think I might have said it in the very first stream for this series, but if I didn't, I'll say it here. I did not think that Silent Hill 2 was a game that needed a remake at all. I didn't think it needed a remake back when this remake was first announced, and I still feel that way even now. Overall, I feel that this remake is still a downgrade from the original. And honestly, I feel like this game was just made out of pure cynicism, rather than artistic drive or merit on the people that made it. This game was made because Silent Hill 2 was popular in the eyes of Konami, and they want to cash in on Silent Hill 2's name recognition in pop culture. The original Silent Hill 2 was a daring work of art that could only have been made at the time in which it was made. That's the simple truth of it. And I feel like this remake proves that to me beyond a shadow of a doubt. But with a lot of the stuff that ended up getting censored and everything compared to the original, they showed that to me beyond a shadow of a doubt. That Silent Hill 2 remake was a relic of its time, and that's not a bad thing. It was just a game that was made at the right place at the right time, and was able to in order to end up having the influence on pop culture that it would end up having. I mean, it even would play a huge influence on other bits of media, even outside of games. I mean, even Signalis right here was clearly very heavily inspired by this game, the original Silent Hill 2. And this is a game that I feel like will get a noteworthy cult following of its own as the years go on, in its own right. Maybe likely not to the same extent as the original Silent Hill 2, but still following in its own right. And yeah, it takes very clear, heavy inspiration from Silent Hill 2. And honestly, the original Silent Hill games in general, but 2 in particular. I do not think that this remake is going to have the staying power as the same staying power as the original will, purely because it was a product made to cash in on the original's name and nothing more. It's got some good qualities to it. It's got some good additions, like I pointed out numerous times now, but overall, I feel like it's a downgrade to the original when viewed as a complete package. And that's really unfortunate because, again, I did not want to go into this thing hating it. I don't hate it. No, that's not true. I don't hate it. I just don't think it's, at best, on its own, it's a good horror game, but it's not a great horror game. And as a remake of Silent Hill 2, it leaves a lot to be desired. And if that's not enough, this remake was going to face an uphill battle for me right from the very start. Once I learned that creative consultancy companies got involved in the creation process of this thing, hit detection in particular. Consultancy companies whose whole purpose is to basically direct game designers, writers, etc. to make certain design choices within their games in order to essentially get grant money for their companies and publishers for making games that include the very, very specific and often very politically motivated game design trends and choices within their games. Some of the character changes to the character design immediately come to mind in regards to an example of that, Maria being the biggest offender. But again, that's a whole nother discussion in of itself that I frankly do not want to get into right now because it's late and I need to get my ass to bed and get ready for work tomorrow morning if I know what's good for me. So, anywhere from a 6 to a 7 out of 10 is what I would rate Silent Hill 2. They basically managed to take a 9 out of 10 game for me and downgrade it to a 6 or a 7 out of 10 overall. I wish there was a lot more positives I could say about this game overall, but it is what it is, I suppose. It's definitely not the worst remake of a game of an old game that I like that I played in recent memory. That honor still goes to Resident Evil 3 remake. Definitely not the worst of its kind, but it could have been so much better. And I honestly mean it when I say that. It could have been so much better. There was potential here. I see it. But the massive, the censorship, the changes to important scenes throughout the story and acting direction, changes the character design, and just the massive amounts of bloat compared to the original ultimately weigh this thing down heavily. And I can't for the life of me understand how this thing still holds an overwhelmingly positive reputation, at least on Steam. I don't know about PlayStation 5 or wherever else this thing's available, but I can't for the life of me understand it. It's not a bad game, but it's most definitely not deserving of overwhelmingly positive reviews, if you ask me. And I think that's all I gotta say, at least for now. Same. Good stream. Bedtime. Well, Conkle, I enjoyed your company, as always, and I also hope that those of you who tuned into today's stream also ended up enjoying yourselves, in spite of a lot of the criticisms I laid toward this game, and even some of the praises too, because chances are there's probably at least one or two of you who might be tuning in who might disagree with some of the positives I've given this game throughout my coverage of it. But who knows? Anyway, you all have a fantastic day or evening or whatever time of day it is in whatever part of the world that you happen to be in. I'm going to get my sorry ass to bed if I know what's good for me. And hopefully when I wake up tomorrow, I won't be an absolute zombie when I go into work. So have a good night, everybody. Take care, and I'll see you all next time. Good night.